See, the usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because
It's time to play Halloween music.
Because on this day,
It's time to play Halloween.
now I was going to contest the Halloween music part of it.
Why?
yeah, I don't.
This song.
It's not really a Halloween song.
It absolutely
It does
is
say-
a Halloween song.
Because I was listening closely, I thought,
Yes.
oh, Gina's got herself in here.
No.
But he does say, I'll propose on
I'll
Halloween.
propose on Halloween.
Oh,
Just
okay.
like a
All right.
ghost, you've been haunting my dreams, so I'll propose on Halloween.
See?
Now, what I don't get,
Halloween song.
what I don't get this, it says it's the Atlanta Rhythm section. Mm-hmm. Classics 4, Classics IV, they did that song too, and they're somehow related to Atlanta Rhythm section, but I can't figure it out what that is.
Well,
Atlanta Rhythm section has been around so long, and they're still touring. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 former members of the band who have died. Really? Oh, deaths of former members. And then there's a big list here.
Everybody.
Yeah.
this is the Classics 4.
Right. And this was a hit too.
In the cool of the evening when everything is getting kind of groovy,
So
I call you
Groovy and
I'll say
spooky.
I'll say
Right.
this about the Atlanta Rhythm section version of that song.
Yeah.
Usually, one guitar solo. They double dipped. They double dipped, and on top of that,
Yeah.
added an organ keyboard solo.
Yeah. I
So I'll
quite
give 'em-
liked all of that.
I'll give them points for that.
Yeah, I liked
That's-
all of
that's
that.
That's a lot of hubris, but I'll give them points for that.
They-
Confidence.
They took the ball and ran with it, didn't they? I don't know if this song has any. I think it's short and it doesn't have any.
It's like 3 minutes.
That's
and it
why
doesn't-
Atlanta Rhythm Section said, you know what we should do
Let's
with
pad this out.
It doesn't have any solos or anything. in
And
it.
I'm betting when they perform it live, it's 8 minutes.
It's a jam.
I'll bet it's a jam.
You're exactly right. It says here, they are a jam band.
There we go.
Yeah.
8 minutes for that.
Still
song.
still play festivals and stuff, and people like to, I'm sure, get high and listen to them. Well, there's a sax.
Oh, I think I'd rather have a sax solo. I think, yeah, I should.
sounds good.
I should have went with this version.
And, you know, they were supposed to play that punk festival in Vegas this weekend, and it got canceled. No. I want Atlanta Rhythm Section at the punk festival.
You're not far wrong, Gina. They played.
This is Dusty Springfield.
Oh,
They played at a big festival in the 70s that featured, oh my gosh, where is it? Oh, Devo,
really?
yeah, Brand X, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Ted Nugent, Heart, Journey,
I mean, some of that makes sense.
Eddie Money, Van Halen.
This is all over the map.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
it was one of them.
You had
it's one
Devo
of-
and Van Halen
It's
on the
it's
same?
one of them England music festivals, you know, where
But they do everything.
Everybody.
yeah, probably a 3-day event. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there you
But yeah, people were pretty mad about that Vegas thing being canceled.
go. What I don't know about that. What is that?
Was the When We Were Young festival?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard you
And
did
it
hear
was
something about that.
It was a punk and alternative kind of a thing. It was supposed to be a 2-day thing. Big
Mm-hmm.
deal. A lot of people from here went down.
Yeah.
And they had high winds on the first day, so they had to cancel. Because of a high wind.
weather related.
Green Day, Blink 182, Good Charlotte, Rise Against, Yellow Card, Sum 41. I mean, it's
Who were people pissed at? God?
Yeah.
I mean, really?
you guys blew it.
You could be disappointed, but I don't know, be angry about it.
Yeah, it's Fire Festival too, man.
No, it's not. That's
No, it was the weather. There was water.
Well, wait a minute. Did
the
they give the
weather's-
money back?
Yes.
Did they give them their
Yeah.
money back?
So-
Okay, then
Well, you-
shut up.
Yeah.
But general admission. Just wild guess how much tickets were for general admission.
Was it 2 days?
Yeah.
I would say $400 or $500.
Yeah.
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 That's
Listen,
I mean, you got your
paid,
money back.
I paid, I think, $400 and something for 4 tickets to see Crowded House, who wasn't coming, and I'm pissed. No,
that's for 4 people. This is one person.
Well, still a lot of money, I think. Concerts are too expensive.
Well, and they will never be cheap again.
No,
Just accept that.
because that's
folks.
where they make their money.
Yep.
They're not
You
making money
would-
selling records
You would
anymore.
begrudge them making a living?
No. I just said it's expensive, Gina. That's all I said. But you want to start an argument, don't you?
Sure.
No, I don't want to.
Well, and as
I'm not playing.
our texter weighs in about the Atlanta Rhythm section, they're no Pablo Cruz.
Well,
true.
that's
That is true.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Okay, then.
Tyler is asking for Creepy by Michael Lee Rose.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, creepy. Let's get this thing underway. The sooner we start the show, the sooner everyone can heave a sigh of relief and say, thank God that's over. So why don't you call us while we take a break here, 877-602-9696. Maybe give us an idea how we can hasten this show along. Give us an idea how we can move it along faster than we're doing right now.
You know,
877-602-9696. That's the number to check in with the Radio from Hell show, or you can text us 33986.
Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
It says here Halloween is coming, and I know that's true. And the folks at Hoops Vision say, wouldn't it be nice to not have glasses so your Halloween costume,
That
you
was
try and
always-
wear a mask or
I always felt bad for kids because they always tried to incorporate their glasses
Yeah.
into the costume, which left you limited choices. You could be Clark Kent every year, I suppose.
Leave the glasses and the contacts behind because Hoops Vision is offering really nice deal for October. Friends and family discount of $1,000 off LASIK. $500 off per eye. With their advanced technology, they can give you better results and faster healing. And Carrie and I both done it. It's not painful. It works. It's
great.
You get rid of your glasses, and you can see $1,000 off right now. So book your VIP LASIK consultation to get started. Just call 877-30-LASIK, 877-30-LASIK. That's LASIK. Or book online at hoopsvision.com.
We have yet to talk about Wonder Woman 1984.
All right. Now, before we
Now-
go further,
Okay.
Bill, did you see it?
No.
Okay.
And I don't think I really care to see it.
Okay.
I didn't see the first one either, and I'm
didn't?
sorry.
It's good. You should see that one.
Why do you always do that? I say I didn't see the first. You didn't? What did I just say? I didn't see it.
The first one was great up
I heard
until
it was very good.
the climactic battle at the end, and then it had some ending problems. But other than that, it was terrific. So the second one, you go to the trouble to place it in 1984. I'm expecting a great soundtrack.
Yes.
Because the trailer, we had Blue Monday from New Order.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, this is just a hint of things to come. We're going to get a whole lot of great late 70s, early 80s songs. No.
None.
We
So,
got one.
a Frankie Goes to Hollywood song is in.
And it was
they do-
Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, I believe.
But that's it. Is it a money thing? They didn't want to pay rights for.
Well, they didn't put him. That was the only song in it, or
It was the only
Yeah.
80s song in it. There was a scene where they were all going to this fancy ball. And Gal Gadot strides in this white gown, and she's just looking amazing. And it's Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Welcome to the Pleasure Dome is playing. And that's the
But that's
only
it.
80s tune that I think we got.
what? Were there other songs from other eras?
Well,
No.
I mean, Hans
So just
Zimmer
nothing.
did the soundtrack, so
Yeah.
there's.
That was your traditional movie soundtrack stuff. But I
Yeah.
mean, songs of the era. That was it.
Oh, by the
It
way,
was-
Mark O'Toole, it was his birthday. Is that right? He wrote Two Tribes,
Oh, cool.
Okay.
along with Holly Johnson and Peter Gill.
So we've been very excited about Wonder Woman 84 in our house because we all loved the first one so much, and And I told the story yesterday, like, oh, should we watch it on Christmas? And Jonesy's like, no, we got to watch a Christmas movie. Little did we know there's the Christmas element to Wonder Woman 1984. But so we watched it on New Year's Eve, and I had to fight to stay awake through it.
I heard it was a mistake. So it's no secret that Chris Pine is in it, right?
Yeah.
I heard people talking about it. See, I didn't see the first one, so I didn't know that something happened to him in the first one.
Yeah.
And they said, as great as Chris Pine is, and it was probably a mistake to bring him back for one thing.
Well, no, I think that was the least of the problems of this movie. It's boring. The best part of the movie was the opening sequence when they're, when Wonder Woman's the little girl and they're having, Amazon games and they're riding horses and shooting arrows and we're like, oh, this is
I
awesome.
saw that preview,
That was the best part. Carrie, do you agree that?
No, and they released that. They let you watch the first minute and a half of the movie, and it got your hopes up. And then there's a sequence right after that takes place in a mall that I actually quite enjoyed, because it was it was channeling Richard Donner's original Superman movie, where it was Superman's first night out, and he goes out and solves several crimes, and he encounters goofy criminals, who are stupid.
Yeah.
I went, okay, they're channeling Richard Donner. I can see that now. Okay, but then it took a direction.
It was just
took a different direction.
The storyline was stupid, and they could have, with that theme, just Wonder Woman 1984. That could have been a really fun, cool movie, and it just wasn't.
Well, that's too bad. I mean,
Now, not this week's episode, but last week's episode of Geek Show, at the very end of the episode, we take a half-hour deep dive into it. And I decided, since everyone else was piling onto the movie, that I would defend. I couldn't defend all of it, but I would defend what I could defend in the movie.
Which was
so well, you have to listen to the episode, or I'll just tell you off the air. Because I'm still hesitant to talk about it a lot because of spoilers.
Well, how was Linda Carter? Was she good anyway?
She was good at it, yeah.
She was good.
Linda Carter as Wonder Woman, she was great.
Here's the one defense I will have. I love Gal Gadot.
Mm-hmm.
She's
great. Who is she in it?
She's perfectly cast as that person, and she's gorgeous.
And her boyfriend Lyle Wagner,
she's gorgeous, and she's great with the action scenes, and so she is wonderful. So that's my one positive.
I've got a bunch more on the positive side.
Okay,
but,
okay.
It was okay, not great. That's my review.
Deborah Winger, was she? How was she? Do that, what that guy said. Use the phone number. I see Cass has done that. Hang on, Cass. I know you've been waiting for a minute, but we'll get right to you. There are a couple of lines open, 877-602-9696. Gina.
Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. See if Advantage U is right for you. Go to AdvantageUMedicare.com.
The moon is just about gone, 1.1% of full. It'll be a new moon on the 25th, tomorrow. Full moon, November 8th. What there is of the moon will rise today at 6:51 a.m., today being Monday. It's the 24th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. 15 days until the midterm elections. And this is the I Know Art When I See It, and That's Not Art, It's Porn edition of the Radio
good.
from Hell show.
Is that a boner candidate,
Yeah.
I hope?
Yeah.
Good.
Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Howlin' Bill Allred. There's the old mind blower herself, Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, but she's taking the day off.
Be back tomorrow.
She was. We went to her wedding on Saturday, and it was lovely. So Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal is helping out, and we have Cameron Diaz and Dawson as well.
Everyone is here. Let's go to Cass, first of all.
Cass, good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
What can we do for you? What have you got?
Well, you were asking about suggestions for making your show go faster.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious because regardless of how fast the bits go, you have the same amount of time that you're working with.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I guess that's.
She's
true.
not wrong.
I guess when you go down to the cold hard facts of it, but sometimes it seems like it's 4 hours, but sometimes it seems like 6.
But we could, what we could do? We could implement our own Radio from Hell savings time, where once or twice a year we either add an hour or subtract an hour from the show.
Well,
what do you think?
No. What we should do?
I think that Bill would hate that though because it would make the 6 hours feel like 8 hours.
Yeah, and I was thinking though, that going along with that idea though, Gina, we should just change the start time. It's at 6 o'clock, and then when the daylight saving happens, it's at 5 o'clock. Yeah? No. Well, your idea wasn't good either. So
I'm just spitballing
I
here.
have a couple suggestions.
yes, go ahead, Cass.
So first of all, Carrie, I love it when you talk. I know that you're pushing all the buttons and making it sound cool, but you're also a little bit missed, in my opinion. I wish that you talked a little bit more.
Well,
Speak up, Carrie Jackson.
Well, listen.
I got applause from Nick.
Let me say this. Carrie's very funny, and he makes his pithy comments when they are called for, and they come off very well. And I think if he talked a lot more, you wouldn't like it.
Yeah. I self-edit
That's
so much.
because Bill, you talk quite a bit.
I know. I just keep talking. That's all I do. That's what I do.
So my other suggestion is I drive to work from 6 a.m. to 6:45, and I get there right when you're starting Boner of the Day, right when you're going through things that must go.
Uh-huh.
And it makes me really sad that I have to turn off the radio and go inside.
Well, I'm sorry, but you could.
Maybe you could make a new.
You could listen to the podcast,
Or you could get your little headphones and listen to the app as you go in.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I could.
Yeah.
See, we're getting suggestions here.
We're workshopping.
Yeah. Spitballing,
Yeah.
as Gina likes to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cass, thanks for calling with those suggestions.
They're
Anything
very
else?
helpful.
Working on the time travel aspect.
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Thanks, Cass.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Cass. All right.
Bye.
Let's go to, this is the most boring man in the world.
Prove it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Long-time listener since Movie Buffs days at North Salt Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Somebody wake me up when
Yeah.
this phone call's over.
All right. Well, I just want to say you guys are doing good, regardless of what the lady said before me, who's a critic.
Well, thank you. What's your name?
Just the most boring man in the world.
Okay. All right. You're for that. Did you have something to do? You remember Movie Buffs in North Salt Lake fondly. Why is that?
Because I used to go harass Carrie there with my nephew.
I was there a lot.
Yeah. That was. I did a few shows there too. Well,
Yeah, you did. I never made it to him.
well, I'm sorry that you didn't, but maybe you can make it to something in the future.
I'll try, Bill.
All right.
I'll try.
Thank you, most boring man in the world.
Thanks for
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
sure proved it, didn't he?
Let's see. Ian, the Amazon driver, checking in. Teacher Emily checking in. Happy Monday. Perry City listener checking in. Adam checking in. If Gina is insisting on spooky music, I better hear something from the Misfits.
Uh-oh.
We'll look into
The
it.
Misfits. the T-shirt everybody wears this time of year, and most of the people don't listen to the Misfits. They just like that it looks like a scary skeleton face.
Got to let them do that.
I have no idea what it means.
No?
No. I think we need to reach out, though, to our theoretical physicists listeners and try to create like a radio time field.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where time is accelerated for us, but still the same for others.
I see where
so we get done even earlier.
So it's the same for them. It's
saw
just
that
fast for
I
us.
saw that in a Star Trek once. You can do it.
Yeah, I think we could do it.
Because you're right. As we're here, it really drags on for us.
Yes.
Like by the time we get into the 9 o'clock hour, going, geez, how long have we been here? 5 hours? 6 hours?
Too
Terrible.
long.
Yeah.
Too long.
I like your idea.
Good idea, Nick.
Thank you. Johnny B checking in, listening while going through a huge pile of mail that collected while I was on vacation. I will mark Evan McMullen in my mail and ballot and put it in the mailbox just in case I die before Election Day.
Yeah, do it now. Don't wait.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
Except I got a problem.
We got to talk about
Yeah.
that coming up. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, I already have some stuff. There's a vehicle fire southbound I-15 approaching 90th South in Sandy. Looks like emergency crews are blocking the right lane and shoulder. We also have a crash I-15 southbound just after the exit at 146 South in Bluffdale. Vehicles are blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder, not causing any delays. Yes.
I was driving along this morning, and the roads looked fine, but then my car started to move in the wrong direction.
Huh.
That ice is there.
So that we did have a hard freeze overnight.
Yes.
It's warmed up a little bit in some areas, but not everywhere. So as Carrie's cautioning you, yeah, there could actually be some ice on the roads this morning. So just be aware of that. Make life easier. Learn to cook. Park City Culinary has short, affordable programs with part-time courses and night classes for busy people just like you. Learn more at ParkCityCulinaryInstitute.com.
All right, coming up in our next break, you'll get both Big Boy News and Opinioendo and Amy Donaldson Sports. Coming up.
Is what we've got here.
Oh,
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
and before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's just...
Apparently.
Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy also. It's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Uh-oh.
Seeing the whites of your eyes
Jaundice,
start to
yeah.
turn yellow, it's it's jaundice.
yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say
cirrhosis.
that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that
Okay.
one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis
Well,
or Hep C. So they're both bad.
well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red. Is this-
uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
Well,
What?
no, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh. Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
No.
You're okay with... It's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Hello there, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. And since this is tax season, I knew you'd be dying to hear another tale from the big ledger. Today's story is about a young working woman who has some rather unusual ideas about filing her taxes. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Come on in, Miss Trixie, isn't it?
Whatever you want it to be, sugar.
I was finalizing your return, and I came across some items which the IRS might have some questions about.
Well, I filled out the forms the best I could. What more do you need to know?
You've listed your occupation here as working girl. Well, we all work. Could you be a little more specific?
Well, I thought it seemed a bit more polite than prostitute.
Yeah.
I suppose you could change it to hooker,
Uh-huh.
streetwalker,
Oh.
hoe,
Ah.
escort,
Uh-huh.
chicken rancher, whichever's more correct.
Chicken rancher?
Well, I'm pretty good at raising cows.
No! I think that escort might not flag it on it. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Now, you've listed $8,000 in advertising expenses. This seems a bit excessive.
Well, in my business, you can't make any money if you don't get noticed. So I got these.
Yeah.
38 double Ds. What do you think?
They are very nice. You could put those away now. But advertising?
Well, they sure stop traffic.
Well, why don't we list them as capital assets? Then you can depreciate them over time.
Okay.
What about this $25,000 for office improvements? Didn't you say you were a prostitute? What office?
Well, I had to have a new lamp post put in. You know, the old one did a lousy job of showing off my new capital assets.
We'll come back to that. $12,000 in office supplies?
Condoms.
Oh, well, that offers all the questions I have. Do you realize, Miss Trixie, that you could increase the amount of your return if you had your pimp set up a 401k plan for you?
Hey, that's a great idea.
There you have it, creeps. Another great tale from our ledger. Our working girl sure seems to know the tricks of the trade. Remember, keep good records, or you'll end up paying the IRS to screw you.
go out behind the radio station.
I threw it out there.
And dig it up. It was in a metal box, one of those cookie tins.
Yeah.
And I had to pull it out from under there, then blow the dust off.
Thought you would never find it.
And Stephen Tin Duffy.
Yeah.
Kiss Me is the name of the song. All right, big boy news and opiniono. We do have sports with Amy Donaldson coming up. Stand by for that. But news now brought to you by.
If you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, or Pokemon, Haster has it. Haster also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Haster Games, located at 6831 South State. Open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at HasterGames.com.
Jennifer Cybele Newsom, an award-winning filmmaker and also the wife of California Governor Gavin Newsom, is set to testify in the sexual assault trial of disgraced movie producer Harvey Weinstein in Los Angeles, her attorneys said. Like many other women, my client was sexually assaulted by Harvey Weinstein at a purported business meeting that turned out to be a trap, said Beth Fagan, one of the attorneys. She intends to testify at his trial to seek some measure of justice for survivors and as part of her life's work to improve the lives of women. Weinstein is 70 years old, set to go on trial again more than 2 years after he was convicted of first-degree criminal sex acts and third-degree rape charges in New York. And Salman Rushdie.
Oh, yeah.
He's, got stabbed.
Yeah, how's he doing?
Well, he's lost the sight in one eye, and one of his hands is incapacitated following a stabbing attack in August, according to an interview given by his agent. I guess it's severed a nerve or something, and he can't use his hand. Rushdie, who is 75, underwent emergency surgery immediately after being stabbed several times before his scheduled lecture in New York. Staff members and guests then rushed onto the stage and held down the suspect, identified as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. I believe he has pled not guilty to these charges. Second-degree attempted murder in the second degree and second-degree assault. The literary agent said Mr. Rushdie's wounds were profound, but he's also lost the sight of one eye. He had 3 serious wounds in his neck. One hand is incapacitated because the nerves in his arm were cut. And he has about 15 more wounds, oh, my God, in his chest and torso.
It's amazing he's alive.
Yeah, I would say. So we've been hearing a lot about this RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, commonly known as RSV, spiking across the country. The virus is coming earlier than it usually does. Dr. Per Gestelund, I believe is how you say it, at University of Utah Primary Children's Hospital, said this might be because of COVID. We think this is unusual timing, but we think it relates to the pandemic, the fact that it's coming earlier and there seems to be more of it. He said, if your child starts breathing fast, he said it starts like a cold at first. If you feel like it looks like the kid has a cold, symptoms like coughing and fewer wet diapers.
Dehydrated, yeah.
Dehydration. Then if your child starts breathing fast and if their lips or tongue starts turning blue, you need to take them to the hospital immediately. When it turns blue, it means it's a sign of low oxygen, he said. One local mother noticed her son was breathing fast when he was just 3 weeks old. It didn't seem normal, said Danielle Wilson. She took her son to her pediatrician, and while they were there, his oxygen level dropped below 65. And he stopped breathing. Luckily, the nurses were there to put oxygen on him right away and wake him up. Stayed in the hospital for 6 days. So, and the thing is, it hits little kids who often can't tell you what's the matter. You know, what they don't know. They can't even speak. They're so young. The Utah Avalanche Center says that just one day after the first snowfall of autumn 2022, an avalanche occurred, and it was apparently human-caused.
People grab their snowboards and run out to the mountains. And
the Utah Avalanche Center posted a photo of the slide on social media. No injuries reported. The avalanche happened in Little Cottonwood Canyon near the main chute of Mount Baldy. UAC forecaster Mark Staples said strong winds had drifted the snow That created a slab, and he said people going into the backcountry for recreation tend to seek out places with the deepest snow and best coverage. But these areas often have more wind potential and a higher chance of triggering a slide.
On Mount Doom, we had a good 2 days worth of precipitation, whether it was light or heavy.
A Washington State woman left home to let her dog out early Saturday morning and ended up having to fend off an attack from a black bear. Ooh. The woman, who sustained non-life-threatening injuries, punched the bear right in the nose.
Ooh.
And the bear ran away. A Wyoming hunter was not so lucky.
Oh.
He shot himself in the leg accidentally while trying to fight off a grizzly bear attack in west central Wyoming, the second such attack in a week's time. Lee Francis of Evanston, Evanston.
Evanston, if you're from Utah, yeah.
Was taken to the University of Utah Health Hospital for treatment after the encounter on Friday. Sue Winchester, hospital spokesperson, said didn't have permission to release any information about the man's condition, but Mr. Francis was apparently hunting with his son around Grand Teton National Park when the bear attacked him. He was able to fire several rounds from his handgun, causing the bear to run away, but one of the rounds hit him in the lower leg, so he shot himself. His son used a satellite phone to call for help, but it looks as though he's lost his leg, and it says he's shot. I guess he's just wounded. Looks he'll be okay. Apparently, they think it's the same bear has attacked another person in that area,
wow.
And they haven't been able to find him. Let's see. The math and reading scores for students across the country are down following years of disrupted learning during the pandemic. Are your kids behind, Gina?
No.
You wouldn't allow it, would you?
No.
You wouldn't allow them to be
They would be
behind.
grounded if they're behind. No, they're talking about little kids when they talk about that kind of stuff.
The Nation's report card released a full report for the first time since 2019, and the results show a slight dip in reading scores and a drop in math scores. U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona called the results appalling and unacceptable. This is a moment for truth in education. How we respond to this will determine not only our recovery, but our nation's standing in the world.
It's very specific ages of kids that fared the worst during the pandemic, and it's those early grades.
Let's see. The fourth grade math scores were way down. 8th grade math scores down. Those are the two age groups mentioned here. The January 6th committee officially gave a subpoena to former President Donald Trump, and in the subpoena, it's some very harsh words. They paint Donald Trump as the central figure in the multi-step plan to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. The committee issued the subpoena to try and compel Trump to sit for a deposition under oath and provide documents. The panel's ordering Trump to turn over documents by November 4 and either appear in person or virtually for 1 or more days of deposition testimony beginning on or about November 14. Trump's attorney said Friday that they will review the subpoena and respond. It's not clear whether Trump will comply. He could fight it in court. He could just not show up.
Plead the fifth.
Yeah.
The fifth.
So
the fifth.
People who plead the fifth. That's disgraceful.
Yeah.
But they have some harsh words in the subpoena. They say Trump purposely and maliciously disseminated false claims that the 2020 election was stolen in order to help his plan to overturn the election and solicit contributions. The committee paints Trump as an orchestrating and overseeing the effort to obtain false electors. And they say he was at the center of the riot on the Capitol and could have prevented it, but didn't.
If you're not guilty of a crime, what do you need immunity for? Pleading the Fifth Amendment.
And in other crimes...
Yeah.
In other crimes, which you could do every day with him.
The rape trial that's going on with him.
E. Jean Carroll.
Mary Trump, his niece, has said, I'll give you my DNA, because if you need to test DNA against what E. Jean had on her dress, I've got Trump DNA. Which
and?
She's that's
Well,
the
she's
point.
offered,
She's
and
yeah, they're going to take.
Are they going to do it?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm glad. And presumably it's the same DNA.
Well, it would say it's the person that did this to E. Jean was very closely related to.
They could tell
this
that.
person.
Yeah. And let's see, one final story here. Oh, I saw this on Sunday. It's pretty fascinating. By the time her extraordinarily wealthy grandmother died last month, Marlene Engelhorn already knew who she wanted to be the ultimate beneficiary of the enormous inheritance that would be coming her way. The tax man. The dream scenario is that I get taxed, she said. She's the co-founder of a group called Tax Me Now. Ms. Engelhorn, a 30-year-old who grew up in Vienna, is part of a growing movement of young leftist millionaires who say they want governments to take a much larger share of their inherited wealth, arguing that these unearned fortunes should be democratically allocated by the state. For more than a year, Ms. Engelhorn has been campaigning for tax policies that would redistribute her 8-figure windfall and anyone else's. I am a product of an unequal society, Ms. Engelhorn said in a speech at Millionaires for Humanity, an event in late August in Amsterdam.
The fact that you can have that event,
Yeah.
millionaires, that
Yeah,
means
I've-
everybody there's a millionaire?
I've heard of them before. I met somebody who was in that group.
Really?
Yeah, I can't remember where that was, but told me about it. I said, that's fascinating. He said, yeah, I have a lot of money, and I think the government should take more of it. She said, otherwise, I couldn't be born into multi-millions, just born, nothing else. So this will never fly, though, because to other people it will look like government overreach.
Mhm.
You know, if they say, well, we take the windfall of your fortune and we distribute it equally in society.
And she can donate it. I mean, it doesn't have to go through the government. She can donate it to charities and things.
Yeah, I think I think she doesn't want to have to do that. She doesn't want the responsibility. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
To do that kind of stuff. I mean, as we've noted before, administering a huge fortune is a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a full-time job.
Yeah.
Ever heard of the Rockefeller Foundation?
Well, more recently, your Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
And and the former Mrs. Bezos, what's her name now? She gave $80 million. Mackenzie Scott. She gave $80 million, was it, to the Girl Scouts?
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So she wants to get rid of her money. I think she has said, I want to get rid of it all. But
if you weather and traffic, Amy might be here just in time.
Is she running a little bit
She was
late?
running a little late.
Oh, that's all right.
Nick's down. There we go.
So weather
traffic.
Some places got lots of snow. Alta got 24 inches of snow.
Really?
Solitude 18. Even out to Tooele, they got 7 inches of snow. It was a nice little storm we had here over the weekend. We could get some more rain. Looks like maybe overnight tonight and tomorrow, about a 40% chance. And much colder than we've been used to lately. Only going to have a high of 45 today, 49 tomorrow. We'll stay in the upper 40s, low 50s, it looks like, for most of the week. Traffic we've got, that vehicle fire southbound I-15. This is around 90th South. Rollover crash I-15 northbound near 2100 North in Lehigh. 2 right lanes and the shoulder are blocked. Traffic is backing up to Main Street there. And let's see, crash I-15 southbound at the exit to 146 South in Bluffdale. Vehicles are blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder. If you see something you think friends of the program need to know about, you can text us 33986.
Sports with Amy Donaldson, brought to you by
Make life easier. Learn to cook. Park City Culinary has short, affordable programs with part-time courses and night classes for busy people like you. Learn more at ParkCityCulinaryInstitute.com.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Well, I'm going to sit back and enjoy a sip of Mill Creek coffee and relax with my Mill Creek coffee while Amy Donaldson tells me how Weber State got into the record books.
Well, I'm not going to start with Weber State. I'm going to start with BYU losing 41-14 to Liberty.
We want to start with good news, Bill.
Not necessarily good news. I'm just I think everyone's in shock that that it was that lopsided. I mean, Liberty came in with a 6-1 record, so they weren't a terrible team. But yeah, it was a beating. And then the losing continued. Utah State lost to Wyoming 28-14, and Weber State was upset by Montana.
And how did that happen?
43-38.
Do you know how that happened?
No, I don't know how it happened.
They're in the record books because 4 safeties.
Okay.
In one game.
There you go.
4 safeties, and it was the same guy every time. It was the snapper, snapping the ball for the punt, and he threw it over the head of the punter every time.
So that's an interesting college football story. Long snappers. It's a scholarship position, but it's really hard to fill. Who sets out to be the guy who wants to snap the ball?
I want to be the long snapper.
Yeah. So actually, my brother-in-law was a long snapper at Utah State.
And why they kept him in, I don't know.
Because they didn't have anybody else.
I was going to say, maybe they were on the sideline or in the tunnel trying it out, and it didn't work.
When we played football in grade school, that was my position because I couldn't do anything else.
Usually, it's because you don't have anyone else, or the person has done well in the past, and you think
surely
they're going to
this won't happen again.
Exactly. You're like, it can't happen 3 times. It can't happen 4 times.
So it's a record.
Anyway, Utah had a bye. They play Washington State on Thursday. In the Pac-12, though, Oregon upset previously undefeated UCLA, which revives Utah's Pac-12 Rose Bowl chances, but they need to win out. So they have to win every game. And Utah plays Oregon in Eugene on November 19th.
Which will be huge.
Also in the rankings, Utah moved up, I think, 1 spot from 15 to 14. TCU moved up, Oregon moved up, but the top 5 or 6 stayed exactly the same and all undefeated. Utah Jazz,
they're amazing.
This is what I've been paying attention to because I can't look away. This is so crazy. They're 3-0 after another overtime win against another favored team. They beat the Pelicans on a layup that was like a junior Jazz looking layup from Kelly Olynyk. It's just crazy. 3.1 seconds to go. It's their second overtime win. It's nuts. And so
they're scrappy. Like I said, they'd be scrappy, and they're scrappy.
I don't know. I think there's so many interesting psychological sports dynamics happening with this team, and it's fun to watch Twitter and hear everyone's change. I mean, it's just crazy. But I wanted to read. Sarah Todd has been doing amazing coverage in the Deseret News. But she had, for your entertainment, here's a list of completely true statements.
Okay.
Jordan Clarkson had more assists than points at halftime. Jared Vanderbilt, who had only made 3 3-pointers before today, hit 2 trays in the first half. Through 3 games, 68% of the Jazz field goals have been assisted. Okay, this is unheard of in today's NBA.
They're working together. It's teamwork.
It's not. That's usually hyperbole. But it's not. It's crazy. And it's so opposite of last year's stats, right? Lauri Markkanen is averaging 24 points per game. People are calling for him to be part of the Jazz's rebuild. Kelly Olynyk was 9 from 12 from 3-point. He's 9 from 12 from 3-point range.
By the way, I've never heard of any of these people.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the point. Clarkson and Rudy Gay are both shooting better than 42% from long range.
Let me just say this. It's fun, isn't it?
One more.
I mean, it's fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. But one more thing you got to know. The Jazz are the highest scoring team in the league.
That's really. All of that is really fun. And it's fun.
It's all fun and games until the draft.
Let's not get our hopes up, okay?
It's not about hopes. They have to be losers for us to get.
They're doing it wrong.
They're doing tanking wrong.
They're doing it wrong.
We can't even tank right. So, yeah, well, everyone else in the state is losing. The Jazz are and people are just in disbelief. I'm in disbelief. I can't, like you, I'm like, who's that guy? How long has he been in the NBA? Yeah. It's crazy.
And the uniforms, I'm sorry, they're terrible.
Yeah, they said I
saw. Watch, they're so bright.
That's why they're so scrappy.
But
that's why they're playing scrappy.
They're offended. I don't know, but there's videos from the locker room, like they're just having a blast, and I just think maybe they're guys who probably wouldn't make an NBA roster, or they're like they'd never get off the bench. But I mean, Jordan Clarkson is a legitimate player.
Yeah.
Lauri Markkanen is a legitimate player, but there's like the majority of them are people.
You don't know.
Wait. was that guy on the team last week? Like, that's how I feel. I just, but anyway,
right.
also Major League Baseball, there's World Series is set.
So we're rooting for the Phillies, right?
Not Houston. You're not going to root
I'm
for
not rooting
Houston.
for
You're
Houston.
rooting for Ted Cruz's team?
I'm not
Come on.
voting.
No,
I'm not rooting for the Stros.
Did you see the
cheaters.
welcome that Ted Cruz got at Yankee Stadium?
would've given him-
the one finger salute.
I can't wait for him to go to a Phillies game.
I don't know. I mean, he probably get a box. You won't see him in public.
Look, so we're rooting for the Phillies.
Yeah, but the Phillies, they beat the Padres 4-3 to win the series 4-1, and the Yankees were swept by Ted Cruz's team. I mean, come on, New
It's
York.
not supposed to happen.
So, also another amazing story: Portland Thorns. Crystal Dunn had a baby.
What are the Thorns?
This is the
They're the
ladies'
women's soccer.
Okay.
This is the Title IX part of my broadcast. Crystal Dunn has a baby. I think it was 156 days ago. So in the spring, she's played 4 regular season games. She scores the game winner, sends them to the championship game. Where guess who they're going to play?
I don't know.
The former Utah Royals.
Really?
Yeah, the Kansas City.
It could have been us, is what you're saying.
It feels very. I feel cheated. I'm not gonna lie, but maybe that's just the Jazz thing. I'm like, I want to win everything now. I don't care who's on your roster. I don't care how old your coach is. I want to win.
Well, if you want to win everything, don't use the Weber State long snapper.
Apparently.
Yeah, I didn't even see that game, so thanks for that. Horrible detail.
It's a record.
That's you bringing the positive to the news broadcast.
You bet.
Oh, thank you, Amy.
Thanks.
Get tired of all this happy horse crap.
At AD on Sports is her Twitter handle.
Thanks,
you get
Amy.
to see dogs in sports. All right, traffic.
So, crash northbound I-15 near 2100 North in Lehigh. 2 left lanes are blocked, then 2 right lanes are also blocked just a few yards north of that crash. Traffic is at a crawl in American Fork. Let's see. We've got crash I-15 northbound Main Street in Lehigh. And let me see if you're sending anything. No, you just have hot jazz takes. That's what we're getting via text. And you certainly can send those in. 33986.
All right, let's take a break. KXRK Provo, and we'll be back. Boner of the day coming up. More big boy news and innuendo, and Bill needs help with his ballot.
A big help.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your...
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary Claire?
And not tongue-in-cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party you're
Well,
going
yeah,
to.
But I mean, this is an art. They wrote it just like, do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was. Yeah, you'll go on a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
Or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. But this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party,
which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing dreadlock hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well, that.
It's just like what?
But but the type of people that read those kind of magazines
are morons.
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot.
God, they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
.705 right now. We got Boner of the Day coming up. Big boy news.
What did you do?
Well, I got my ballot in the mail.
Okay.
And being a responsible citizen, I look at the envelope and it says, mail early.
Yeah.
Ballots must be postmarked no later than the day before Election Day, but mail early.
Yeah.
And, so I thought, okay, I know who I'm going to vote for. I know I'm going to vote against the constitutional amendment. You really should vote against it.
Yeah.
And so I know all of that, and
All that.
so I'm going to vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I open up the envelope, the yellow envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a note from Sherry Swenson, dear registered voter. Here are some of the regulations. If you need to go to a polling place, here's a big list of polling places. Okay. And then there's the ballot. Oh, and then there was some information from Ogden City about the bonding. Then there's vote by mail instructions.
Okay.
And it's a little pamphlet that shows you exactly how you're supposed to do it. And I did all of this. I
Make sure you sign it.
Yeah, I filled in those little ovals
right.
completely. You got to fill them in completely. Don't just check them. Sign the affidavit and put your ballot in the envelope and seal it. And I did all of that.
Okay.
So here it is, the sealed envelope.
Okay.
And then I get looking, I'm going, what's this thing? What have I...
You forgot to put it in the sleeve?
The security sleeve.
I didn't put it in the security sleeve. I've done this before, but this time, for some reason, I just didn't do it.
Now, that's for your protection, Bill.
Well...
That's that's for you.
Insert your completed ballot in this sleeve. Do not trim, add, or fold. Do not tape or seal. It says.
Let me go to.
I'm going to have to find out if I can
Let
still
me
send
go
it
to-
in,
let
or
me
do I have to
go-
do a fresh one?
Let me go to vote.utah.gov.
I did, and I scanned through that, and I didn't see anything immediately about that. So I don't know. Does anybody out there know?
Miss Brandt, get Sherry Swenson on the phone.
I'll call their office later today. I'm sure that somebody can tell me. I'm hoping they'll say, "Oh, it's not that big a deal. Just
I don't know.
go ahead.
They're very specific.
Go ahead and
about-
send it in."
Especially these days.
Well, but if that's the case, I'm assuming I can either get another ballot or I'll just vote on Election Day. Or actually, you can vote now. I think
you could do that.
Yeah, there are early
Just
places
don't
where
send
you can
that
go
in.
vote early.
And for people going, see, that's how you get your name and signature.
Yeah,
only get you one
vote.
Now, my wife said, "Let's steam it open."
No,
and I said, "No. Plus, my signature is under it."
Yeah.
Underneath the flap, and if you start steaming it, that's going to get all runny.
I would just vote in person, Bill. That's what I would.
Here's a texter says, I worked a poll assist. Is totally fine without the sleeve. It's not a big deal.
I'm going to call them and make
Yeah.
sure. And if it's not a big deal, great. I don't think it should be.
I think it's like I said. I think it's for your privacy. So when they're opening the ballots, that someone can't just look at and see who Bill Allred voted for.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's because, yeah, if it's
a privacy thing.
Because they'll match your signature before they open the envelope.
Yeah, the person opening it is the one who might be able to see it. Okay,
But I would ask because
I'll
Bill,
call.
every vote matters.
I know.
Now, I'm not very political. I usually think people who vote are a bit fruity.
I voted for McMullen. I voted for I almost voted for a Republican because I am in the Republican Party, and I thought, well, I should vote for one Republican. But as I got looking at the choices, I thought, no, I'm not going to vote.
No,
for
you can just
for
leave
any of these
those blank, right? I mean, it's okay to leave.
You don't have to
You
fill
don't have to.
everything out.
Yeah.
I did
Because I
everything
was told everybody running for treasurer is nuts. I looked into a couple of them, and one of them thought that Utah should have their own cryptocurrency.
Oh,
What could go
geez.
wrong?
Yeah.
Do you know, it's so interesting when I've been tweeting about election stuff recently, and people have been sending me nasty responses and messages.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look at their bio, and inevitably they mention crypto in there somewhere.
Really?
It's so bizarre.
And see, I've been running into the opposite. When I try to look up what they're standing for, it's so generic it could be for any candidate.
Probably a bot.
But then you go to their website and you dig a little.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you find out that they're all crazy.
Now that the guy who's running for Sherry Swenson's position, she's retiring from county clerk, and so there's a Democrat and a Republican.
Well, there's her assistant,
Is that her
Chapman.
assistant?
Chapman, that's who you should vote for.
Yeah,
That's who I did.
So the other guy, the other person, Goad.
Oh, he's a loon.
He did an editorial in the paper on Sunday, which, to his credit, he said a lot of people go back and delete their tweets and controversial tweets and things that they've made in the past. Well, I'm not going to do that. I stand by these things that I've said. And then he talked about tweeting about the election being stolen and all of that.
Yeah.
And he said that I did tweet that, yes, but I then examined it and got all the facts and no, the election wasn't stolen.
And I realized it would hurt me in this election, so I'm telling you something different now.
And he did that with several other
He's a loon.
tweets that he'd made. Yeah, I don't.
And then there's this, I kept seeing this sign in my neighborhood, and the font that they chose, you're a fan of fonts.
Well, my wife is a fan
Yeah.
of fonts.
For his last name, I'm going to flash it to you really quick. You tell me what his name is, okay?
Okay. Well, it looks kind of like butt.
It looks like butt,
but it's
doesn't it?
bird, isn't it?
Let me see. Yeah, but
It
Do
looks like
again.
butt.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
If you're just passing that sign like that,
But
It's like
what's his
Butt?
first? What's his first name?
Gerald.
Gerald Butt.
That's
Well,
bad.
So then I got a flyer for Butt,
Mm-hmm.
and I looked into it. He wants to fight pornography aggressively. He wants to encourage individual responsibility.
That's the only way you can fight pornography.
He's
Carrie.
demanding election integrity.
Yeah.
And
Man.
wants to limit emergency powers. But the giveaway here is...
I like it when they get specific like that.
Yeah. The giveaway here is protect life and the integrity of the family.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's a butt.
It's a big job.
He's a
Yeah, he's
It
a butt.
can't be butt, though, because it would be B-U-T-T. If
That's
it
what
was
I mean.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, it does there. Yeah.
That's
See?
the whole
Yeah.
thing.
You flash it,
Yeah.
but
B-U-T-T.
it's butt. He's a butt.
Not a good...
Not a good candidate.
No.
All right. All loons.
I hope
mine is done and in the mail, and
Well, mine will be today if they'll take it.
I'm dropping mine off at a box on Wednesday. There's a box down by the just down the
just
street
take it
from
to
me.
the post
A
office.
ballot box?
You don't
Yeah.
have to go to the
Oh,
ballot.
I'm going to
box.
go to the ballot
Well,
box.
okay.
I just want to go.
Well, he wants to chat with whoever's guarding it.
Yeah, I want to look into the camera and wave. I want to do that.
I'm
whole
sure
thing.
somebody's there watching you
So,
to make sure that you don't,
and writing down my license plate.
Probably.
The whole thing to track me.
I think that's a good idea. I think I'm going to take mine to
Sure.
one of those places too.
Let's see. You'll be fine without the sleeve, but Mike Lee will complain.
Yes.
Weber County didn't even have a security sleeve, according to this person from Weber County. But yeah, call. Don't
Yeah.
take.
And I've done that
I
security
trust our listeners, but let's.
I've done
yeah.
that before, and I don't know how I overlooked it.
Let's
but
find out for sure.
Yeah,
But
I will.
Lots of issues in Lehigh right now. There's a crash northbound I-15 near Main Street on the right shoulder. A second crash northbound I-15 near 2100 North exit blocking 2 left lanes and the cars facing sideways. And then a third crash a few yards up blocking 2 right lanes with a van on its side. Oh, and there's a crash on the exit ramp. It is a mess in Lehigh. If you see something that is a mess, you can text us 33986. X96 welcomes Shred Fest November 5th and 6th at Liberty Park. Shred Fest featuring Jai Wolf, Hayden James, and more, all happening at the annual 2-day festival in the heart of Salt Lake City. Real snow, rail jam, music, lumberjacks, beer fest, food trucks, vendor village, fundraising, and more. You can go to x96.com for more information, and you could win tickets from us right now by texting the word SHRED, S-H-R-E-D, SHRED, to 33986.
Okay, Boner's coming up. Here are the candidates you're going to consider this morning. Boner candidate number 1. You call that pornographic picture art? Boner candidate number 2. Like I've always said, sports mascots are jerks. And Boner candidate number 3. I'm going to beat some religion into that boy.
All right, Boner of the Day, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. Stand by. Stockton 12 Honda.
You know, you can count on Stockton 12 Honda. I have counted on them many times. Bought a couple of cars there. I used their service department. Stockton 12 Honda is reliable. Now, lots of people are waiting for their new car. They've ordered it. Well, instead of doing that, why don't you get a quality used car at Stockton 12 Honda? That's what was my last purchase, was a used car from their lot. And they have they have a lot of cars, used cars available right now. But if you want a Honda, you'll order yourself a Honda. They're reliable, new or used, and that means less worry, less stress. I've driven Hondas for a number of years. And at Stockton 12 Honda, they will take care of your car, too. Their service department is excellent. It's just a great operation. Shane Parrish, the GM out there, does a great job. So it's Stockton 12 Honda. It's in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
yeah. Well, it's a. I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
it adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I think I should think, and I don't think it is. My choice is serious. I don't think it is something. I had this in a gym, and then mother and daughter, and you took both of them out that you assembled their forebears, for a lot of not vegetarian and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and it's the vision. And then I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
Catherine. I got rid of a hectic burner.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
a
couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, all you do is, first to the Lord, is to get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the thing. And then, the second on the Lord, he's the king, all the rest, and then the sun, and then I kind of get a little bit, and then around, and then he just walks on. And then he will love further, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, and I just Catherine, Brittany, what are you doing? I think I know. And then go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you go to heaven. You really have a partner. So what you need to do is pray about it here, what you think about. I get it the whole, and then I think I'm not going to imagine. And then if you think of the world, and then you want to say, and then I think the power of the universe end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, Thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
I'm glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
Elvis Costello.
Written by...
Go ahead.
I can't think of it.
I don't know.
He had a hit with it, too.
All right. Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day for today, October 24, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news, and once you've heard all 3, you will vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. You.
Oh, and Nick Lowe.
Nick Lowe, thank you. You call that pornographic picture art? The mural is hard to miss when passing Midvale's Main Street. It may not be the brightest or the largest, but it is the talk of the town. The earth-toned piece on a tattoo shop's outer wall depicts a woman embracing a man while a dark presence in a cape and wings is behind them, creeping behind them. Now, whether children should be exposed to this piece of art depends on the eye of the beholder. Some neighbors brought the matter to the city council as they described its pornographic hints.
Where?
They asked Midvale police officers to cover it or have it removed. For others, however, any suggestion that the piece is sexually explicit seemed far-fetched. According to the artist, Shea Peterson, his painting is straightforward. It's a woman protecting a man from darkness, he said. As with any other commissioned job, Peterson worked with the owner of the shop to develop the mural, which won city approval. Some residents say the proportions and shading make the drawing confusing, especially in the area that could be, that's either the man's arm or it's that lady's breast.
This is people that
too much time on their
are
hands.
Looking for trouble.
Looking for something to be
looking
outraged
for something
about.
Did we show that picture?
No.
We don't have it? Oh, it's not working? Something is not working.
Oh, I see. Anyway, it's
If you go to x96.com and look at the Boner stories that Bill links there, there's a picture there you can see.
I looked up the artist, Shea Peterson, also known as Surreal, S-R-I-L, arguably one of the most recognized and sought-after mural and aerosol artists in the western United States, having created some of the most well-known public murals in Salt Lake area. Between 2012 and 2016, voted Utah's best visual artist in 2020. Also completed commissioned murals and canvas for notable clients like the Utah Jazz, Patagonia, Ricky Rubio, Reddit, BYU, and Joe Ingles.
So a pornographer.
Yeah. His work can be found in Denver, Miami, Las Vegas, L.A., Sacramento, just to name a few places.
It's a really well done. And I would say even if it did show a little something, again, so
I don't.
Are you taking your kids to museums or showing them art?
No.
Probably not.
I don't get it. I don't understand why they're upset, but there it is.
There's, with so much real things to be upset about in the world, this is not one of them.
Yeah. That's boner candidate number one. You call that art? That's pornographic? Oh, can't believe
Get some real problems, people.
Exactly.
Here's boner candidate number two. Like I've always said, sports mascots are jerks. Atlanta's mascot, Freddie Falcon, tried to fight a kid, a Pee-wee football player, as it squared up to him after a tackle during a halftime Pee-wee game. This was mascots, not just this one, but other mascots, playing Pee-wee football players.
Playing against them.
Playing against them.
So it's a team of mascots versus kids.
Against these
This
kids.
is supposed to be fun.
If you watch the video, not just the Atlanta Falcons, man, these jerks, these mascots, are decimating these kids.
That's what I'm saying. It's supposed to.
They're just.
They're not making it fun.
They are like the kids are running with the ball, and they catch them easily because they're twice their size, and they just slam them to the ground.
Were the mascots not told in this situation? They are the Harlem Globetrotters, and you are the Washington Generals.
And then there was this particular one. The kid and the mascot almost got into fisticuffs. The Falcons suffered a brutal beating of their own. They were ultimately down 28-17 at halftime. Went on to lose. But somebody should have stopped it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just watching it, going, this isn't good. Boner candidate number two. Like I've always said, sports mascots are jerks. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three. I'm going to beat some religion into that kid.
Boner candidate number three, coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Water Pocket Distillery's new barrel strength light whiskey. Water Pocket has opened a satellite distillery called Robber's Roost Distillery. This is at Etta Place Cidery in Torrey. That's near Capitol Reef National Park. You can learn more on Instagram and Facebook at Robber's Roost Spirits.
Well, I guess it's official. Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen are in the process of getting a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Gisele has hired an attorney who's very well versed in high-profile splits from the sports celebrity world. Emily Smith of Page Six reports that Bündchen has hired Tom Sasser, who is the managing partner of Sasser, Sestro, and Roy in West Palm Beach. Sasser is known for representing very wealthy clients, including Tiger Woods, in the 15-time major champions ugly divorce from Elin Nordegren. Nordegren ended up with a settlement of around $100 million, one of the most expensive divorces of all time.
So this is interesting. Stop there. So Gisele hired the guy that represented Tiger, which reinforces the fact that Gisele is the one with the money in this relationship.
Well, that's what everybody says, yeah.
But she's trying to protect her money.
Protect her. You wouldn't think Tom Brady would need...
Says things are nasty between Tom and Gisele because of the lawyers. They are ready for a fight. A man in Farmington sentenced to 15 years in prison for pouring gasoline on a woman and lighting her on fire and then hiding in a hole. Mark Allen Davis reportedly used a road flare to set the woman on fire before hiding in a 10-foot hole. Davis County Sheriff's deputies were called to a Clinton, Utah home. This is in 2021, September. Upon arrival, the victim stated that Davis had lit her on fire with a road flare. One witness stated she was driving by when she saw a male matching the description of Davis chasing a female in the road with a road flare, according to a statement of probable cause. Deputy at the scene located a Coke bottle on the ground where the incident had occurred, which had the odor of gasoline coming from it. So apparently threw gasoline and then tried to ignite it with the road flare.
Yeah.
So, and this is clearly premeditated because he put gas in a Coke bottle.
Yeah. Upon his arrest, Mr. Davis pretended to be mute and would not speak. They found him in a hole. Jeez. And
did you see this? There's a new prime minister. It's official.
Oh, no, I didn't see
Oh,
it.
it is
Come through?
official?
Who is it?
Rishi Sunak, I think is how you say his name. He's the youngest prime minister in 200 years. He's 42 years old. So this is a guy, he was the Treasury Secretary under Boris Johnson. And when he was upset with how Boris was handling things, he quit.
Or not handling things. Yeah.
He quit.
Oh, okay.
So the thinking is making him prime minister is trying to get things back on track a little
Keep
bit.
an eye on him. He's still a bloody Tory.
There was talk that Boris Johnson might try to get the prime minister office back, but I think people went, no.
We can't do that again.
You sucked. We don't want you back. A Utah man was killed after a large piece of granite fell on him.
Wow.
In an industrial accident on Saturday. The incident, police received a call about an industrial employee involved in a workplace accident out on Redwood Road. Officers responded to the scene and learned that a large piece of granite had fallen on the person. Other employees reportedly began life-saving efforts after the incident, but the man died at the scene. What a horrible way to go.
Yeah.
You know, an accident at work. And did you know the governor's race in Florida, as DeSantis, of course, going up against Frank Christ's brother, Charlie? I had no idea he was running for office. Charlie Crist had to fire his campaign manager because his campaign manager got arrested for domestic abuse. That doesn't do your campaign any good at all.
Unless you're a Republican.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't hurt you if you're a Republican. The Nebraska State Police pulled over a kid for suspicion of homicide, and sure enough, had a dead body in the car.
Well,
yeah.
I'd say we made our case, Your Honor.
Nebraska State Patrol made the discovery after being alerted to a homicide investigation. The sheriff's office informed the NPS that a vehicle believed to be involved in the investigation was traveling through Nebraska. Well, they saw this black Mazda, pulled it over, sure enough, body in the car. You know, you really, if you commit a homicide, probably not a good idea to take the body on a road trip.
Unless you're taking it to bury it somewhere far away. Not just.
I don't know.
That's what you're doing.
I just don't think you want to have it in your possession for quite some time. I don't. And this is, for some unexplained reason, a wanted man. This is his mugshot. Was covered head to toe in black paint when the California cops arrested him last week.
His disguise.
Investigators had been looking to arrest Rufus Barron on an outstanding warrant when his mother called police to report that her son was asleep in her home in Madera, Central California. You can come and get him, they said. When officers arrived at the residence at about 1:30 in the morning, they discovered Mr. Barron coated in black paint. Barron would not say how he came to be so covered.
Oh,
no. A search turned up a glass smoking pipe containing some meth.
There you go.
Explains a few things. Cops suspected that Mr. Barron had been on a meth bender and then decided to paint himself. And it's just horrible looking, but his entire body painted in black paint. All right, that's it.
All right, weather, traffic.
So it's chilly, 39 in Salt Lake, but as Kerry was saying as he was driving into work, there are patches of ice out there. There's places where we got a hard freeze overnight, and the sun's not quite coming up yet, so it hasn't started to warm up a lot, so be aware of that as you're out commuting. 45 is all the warmer it will get today. Next chance of showers looks like could be tonight into tomorrow, about a 40% chance, and high tomorrow only a 49. We stay in the upper 40s and low 50s, it looks like, through most of the week, and another chance of rain likely on Wednesday night. So we're in a different pattern here for sure. Traffic, we got a crash. More than one in Lehigh. Here's the list. Northbound I-15 near Main Street on the right shoulder. Northbound I-15 2100 north exit blocking 2 left lanes. Another few yards from that, another crash blocking 2 right lanes with a van on its side. Another crash, I-15 northbound SR 92, Timpanogos Highway, the right lane and shoulder are blocked. Freeway's very icy through all of Lehigh with at least 8 crashes on I-15 and city streets causing delays. So that's what we were just talking about. You might not be prepared for that this morning, and certainly Lehigh folks not prepared for it. You're going to potentially experience some ice this morning. If you're seeing something, you can text us 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. The Downtown Farmers Market is still open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Pioneer Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm going to beat some religion into that boy. A Clearfield man was ordered to serve jail time for assaulting his son during an argument that started when the son said, "I don't want to go on a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints." Scott Keith Warner was convicted by a 2nd District Court judge of aggravated assault and domestic violence in the presence of a child. 2nd District Court Judge Christina Ortega sentenced Warner to suspended prison term, did not specify how long the suspended prison term was.
Well, what else was he supposed to do?
But a conviction on a third-degree felony is punishable by up to 5 years in the state prison. But if it's suspended, he ain't going to do that. Ortega ordered Warner to serve 240 days in jail. Court records show that Warner has twice violated a protective order filed for a family member who is not the son, but another one. He's pleaded not guilty to 2 charges of violating a protective order.
They have anger problems, it seems.
But they were called to the residence on the report of a fight between Warner and his 18-year-old son. Warner told police that he had attempted to remove his son from the home after his son stated he did not wish to go on his LDS mission. The son told police that he and his father were arguing. He told him he was not going on a mission, and his father started beating him.
Because that'll get you to change your mind.
Right. That's right.
You're right. I want to go spread the word of God. I was so wrong.
I want to be just like you. Boner candidate number 3. I'm going to beat some religion into that boy.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You call that pornographic picture art? Midvale residents, I should point out, not very many of them.
Yeah.
It was a small group. Discuss what they feel is an inappropriate mural. Is that the man's arm or is it a breast? I think
you're seeing things that you want to see.
I think you're just thinking about it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 2, like I've always said, sports mascots are jerks. These it's bizarre to watch this, too. These mascots just pounding on these little kids in a football game. And boner candidate number 3, I'm going to beat some religion into that boy.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, October 24, 2022? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another is to call Nick in the producer's booth. He will take your voice vote live at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online and vote. X96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, October 24, 2022, and vote there. But you've only got about 4 minutes to do it, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Get to voting. RandLife.com/X96.
Yes, local mortgage company they are, RandLife. I've used them on a couple of occasions to refinance a mortgage and save me money in the long run. And it's easy. Their procedures at RandLife are very, very just smooth. You know, you don't have a lot of trouble. There's not a lot of paperwork. They take care of most everything. If you're looking to buy a new home, RandLife Home Loans has a loan program for just about everybody. If you're a first-time home buyer, this is excellent. RandLife offers down payment assistance for all Utahns, including some options that are 100% financing. You don't have to come up with a down payment. Go to randlife.com/X96 today. Learn more about that loan program and others that they have. Speak with an expert about your situation. Perhaps you want to just talk to them about refinancing your mortgage. It's a perfect time to start your real estate journey with RandLife. RandLife.com/X96.
Yeah, you listen to Radio from Hell in your car, but listen at home too. Tell your smart.
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but so
it's
my
going to be like almost 90 today.
some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's right.
I thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is a
here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
but that's
having
mainly because he has.
in...
That's mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure, you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
you don't ever
and
do
we
it in
only
the
do
summer.
that when it starts to get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees.
No,
outside,
I had
grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
So you made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda, grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good bowl of chili.
You break the rules there.
Anytime.
Right.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
Oh, I'm telling you.
I'm not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down by.
You're pushing back.
That's it, baby.
Push back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
All right, 746. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by, I got kind of crazy, and I thought, I haven't had Salisbury steak.
What?
In the longest time.
It's okay. You don't have to have Salisbury
And I thought,
steak.
I saw a recipe for Salisbury steak, and I made it.
And
it was great.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'm going to make it more often.
All right.
It's a way to extend your hamburger, you know.
It's right there in the recipe.
Yeah.
And Baseco, the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah. Is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue? Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of your floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
Well, I thought boner candidate number 1 would do much better than it did. And I thought number 2 was good. You know, the mascot's beating up on the little kid. But you can't beat it, I guess. The guy beating his son because he said he was not going to go on a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Because that'll change his mind.
Yeah, this will work.
Oh, you're right, Dad. What was I thinking? I'll go.
Handily wins. Boner of the day.
And a good contender for Boner of the Week. That'll be decided on Friday by Dave the Flower Guy at about 9:50.
We have to wait clear till then to do it.
Clear
don't we?
till then,
Yeah.
yes. That's
You
true.
think God looks down on that and goes, "You are a good dad. You beat
Well-
your son into going and telling people about me."
The Old Testament God?
Yeah.
He would.
The Old Testament God
Yeah.
would probably
New
like
Testament,
that.
not so much.
Yeah. Is that what Jesus would do?
The
I
Old, the
just
Old
don't
Testament
think-
God would say, "Get a bear and have him eat your kid,"
That'll show
because
him.
that's what it's what happened in the Bible. That story just always blew me away. I forget which, but some prophet. The kids in the town were mean to him,
Yeah.
and so he got a bear and had him eat the kids.
Well, if you had dominion over bears, wouldn't you?
Did he have dominion?
I don't know.
I guess.
I don't know
like
the
a
story you're
bear
talking
whisperer?
about.
I forget which part of that. Somebody will know and send it to me.
Yeah.
So I like to read advice columns because I want to make sure I'm doing things right.
I have some advice for you. Don't read those columns.
I like.
Yeah.
I like them.
I'm looking for confirmation bias.
And this one caught my eye because it says strangers have extreme reactions to my name. Now, without me saying the name, can you guess what the name is?
Huh?
Without me saying the name, can you guess what name people are having extreme reactions?
I can because it's written down right
Oh.
there. Sure.
Yeah. I wouldn't have thought Karen.
You
I
wouldn't
can't
have
play the
thought
game.
Karen?
No.
I would have thought Karen, actually. Yeah.
I wouldn't have.
These days, no.
And I always read stories like this because my dear mother-in-law, Karen, is so not like the thing you think of when you say the name Karen these days.
Well,
It's being used as a pejorative these days.
Well, my aunt is. My Aunt Karen.
Your Aunt Karen is a Karen?
Is a Karen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this person is writing to Miss Manners. Dear Miss Manners, what would you suggest I do when people thoughtlessly use my name to describe a person completely different from the type of person I am, or make jokes about me when I am introduced?
Karen, watch out.
Yeah. What should I do? And Miss Manners says, ask them what their name is.
Mm-hmm.
And what does it say about their character based on what their name is? Most people, oh, you're a Steve? Oh, all Steves are like this.
I don't attach anything to Steve.
This is the point.
Yeah.
This is why I'm bringing this up. Can you think of another name other than Karen?
Ralph.
that people think you're a certain kind of person if you have this name.
Well, Dick.
Steve!
Let's see. They think if your name is Rock, maybe.
Alan!
Rock?
Yeah. Like Rock Hudson,
So the question is what?
I just think-
is there a name that you have an immediate prejudice to?
Yeah, and I also think this is not helpful for Miss Manners. I get what she's doing. It's kind of like what we do when people say, "Oh, I don't listen to the radio anymore,"
Yeah.
and you say, "Well, what do you do for a living?"
And then you say, I don't shop at that
I
store
never,
anymore.
Yeah, I never shop there.
But I can't think of another name that you could say, "Oh, well, my name is Bob." Oh, well, all Bobs are like this. Or when I hear the name Bob, I think,
Aren't all Jeffs like white guys?
But when
maybe.
But
I
when
don't
I
know.
hear the name Karen, I don't think.
You really don't?
No, I don't. I think that I think that's kind of because I thought that was dumb to attach that woman's behavior to that name.
To a name.
It was stupid. So I don't.
But I think to a lot of people, you can say, "Oh, she's being a Karen," and you know what that means. It's the white middle-aged woman asking to speak to the manager.
Mhm.
That's a Karen.
Yeah.
Or the
Now people are texting in names now. Chad.
what kind of person is Chad?
He's the kind of kid who'll beat you up on the way home from school.
Now someone says my name's Kyle, and people think I'm a jerk automatically.
With a name like Kyle. Really?
Mm.
See, I always thought like boys named Kelly were jerks.
My brother-in-law's name, and he's really nice.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
He's exceptionally nice, as a matter of fact.
Hey, my name is Mikey, and I don't always like it.
He'll probably get tired
Yeah.
of it.
He likes it.
Richard is a name that I would have used. Donald.
Yeah, that's a bad one today.
Yeah.
Stripper names. There are names that you automatically think that's.
A lot of people are texting in the name.
Dakota.
A lot of people are texting in the name Chad.
What's wrong with a Chad?
I don't know, but I've got like at least a dozen Chads.
I'm telling you, Chad's likely to rob a gas station.
Well, is that the Saturday Night Live Pete Davidson? Because he has a character he does that's
yeah.
Chad, who's just kind of a slacker dude that women are instantly attracted
Somebody
to.
says, I've met some negative Nellies.
Lucretia. People always joke that I'm going to poison them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Chad. Yeah, Chad it's all over the texting here.
Debbie Downer.
I wanted to name my son Elliot, and his father said it sounded like an annoying redhead kid's name.
Somebody said, look up Sorry Chad.
Sorry Chad.
Just Google Sorry Chad.
Is it the Pete Davidson thing?
I don't know. I don't know.
Colton? Gunner?
My
new one that I hate is Buckley.
Is there a lot of Buckleys?
There aren't.
You shouldn't saddle your kid with.
Well, guess who did? Tucker Carlson.
Well, his name's Tucker, so.
Yeah, his kid is Buckley.
You
I'm
have-
like, oh, that's too bad.
You'd have to grow into that name.
Boy, you'd have to.
It'd
yeah.
take a while. I mean, you could eventually be a Buckley and be okay.
Well, I guess Chad's in the Urban Dictionary.
Oh,
so
it is. So it's like a Karen.
Chad's a thing. Chad
Chad
is
is
like
a
a
thing.
is like a Karen.
Somebody who complains to the manager, is that what it is?
No, just that name automatically refers to. Let
Well,
me
what
look
does-
at-
yeah,
Let
I
me
mean-
see what it says.
Google Chad Vader. We know who Chad Vader is. Yeah.
Let's see.
That was way before.
A stereotypical young urban white male, typically single in his 20s.
And see, and I always put Jeff on that
Yeah.
myself. But
It says it's usually to denote a derogatory behavior from a young 20 single urban white kid.
Yeah.
A Chad.
The kid that beats you up on the way home from school.
Yeah.
Takes your lunch money. That's a Chad.
JD in the chat room says Chads are alpha bros.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Brittany with an I. Do you
Brittany.
Brittany with an I at the end?
Do you make certain assumptions based on how people spell their name, too?
I do.
Are they not serious? Which isn't fair if
I
your
know it's
parents
not
give
fair.
you your name.
Because I have to keep reminding myself about my name and how I don't like it.
I don't think I do that. Now I may be wrong,
You
but
don't
I
make
don't
assumptions about the type of people they are
because
based on their name.
because I know you can't know. You can't know. You just got to meet them.
Yeah.
I don't think I really.
But you
do
like
that.
Brittany's, Bill.
I like the name
You
Brittany.
like Brittany's and Aubrey's.
There are names that I like.
Yeah.
I
But
love the
maybe
name
they're-
Aubrey.
Maybe they're not nice people, but you like them because of their name.
No, if they're not nice people, I won't like. If I meet a mean Aubrey, I'm not going to like her.
You're a mean Aubrey.
But now-
I'm reading a novel where there's a person named Aubrey and it's a man.
But speaking of Chad,
Yeah,
you remember our old friend Namor?
Prince Namor. Yeah,
He's back in town.
from Atlanta.
And it was the strangest thing because I was sitting there getting my hair cut, the place that I've gotten my hair cut for years and years and years. And there he was sitting in the chair
That's
next
right.
to me.
His name is Chad.
And
Is he a Chad, though? Is
He's a-
Chad a Chad?
no, he's a good,
Exceptionally nice
Okay.
guy.
he's a
All
great
right.
guy.
Yeah. What I can't. So what is he? He's sitting next to you. Did he go, "Hi, Carrie"?
Well, yeah, he's like because he heard me talking with the guy who does my
Yeah.
hair, Matt. We were talking about She-Hulk or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Oh, do you remember me?" And turns
Did you
around,
remember
and I'm
him instantly?
I went, Namor, hello.
Oh, good. I don't know if I'd
He says,
recognize.
"You
I
remember
probably
you
would.
remember you did your show from my house? Do you remember that?"
We did.
Yes.
We offered to do our show from people's houses having breakfast, and we did it at a couple of places. And Chad's house, Namor's house, was interesting. Is they had a trampoline in the backyard, and yet they would jump off the roof, onto the trampoline.
That doesn't seem safe.
No, it doesn't.
So that's another thing we're learning about Chads is that they're careless.
Daredevils.
All right.
Well, I found the prophet Elijah in Kings in the Old Testament.
He had dominion over bears?
Well, no. What happened? People think that, and I thought that, but it explains it here. So some kids came out and they mock him for being bald, and the Lord summoned 2 female bears.
Oh, okay. All right.
And it ate all of these kids, tore them up.
Well,
40 kids.
They were all Chads.
Apparently.
Maybe.
So basically, if you live in Lehigh and need to go anywhere, don't.
Stay
Because
home.
the
Work from
roads, believe it or not, were icy this morning and caused 5 different crashes, particularly for people trying to go northbound on I-15. It's too many to mention now, and it is a mess. So, but I haven't had any other reports of accidents except for in Lehigh. So that's where the problem area is. Now, if you have a problem area, please share it with us. Like this person. Oh, here we go. Mountain View Corridor. Super icy between 56th South and 90th South. So same kind of thing. If you're seeing something, please share it with us. Text it to us, 33986.
All right, Bill Frost tells us what's on TV this week right after these, and Beat Gina coming up as well. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast. The $3 breakfast deal is back. Right now at Wendy's, you can start your morning with the $3 breakfast deal. You heard Gina's traffic report. You probably just want to take your time and go to the Wendy's drive-thru and maybe even just sit there in the parking lot and eat your breakfast before and let all this traffic clear up. You can choose between the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. And you'll get a small seasoned potatoes with it for just $3. Fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, savory sausage. There's something about the sausage at Wendy's. They season it. It's just delicious. And hot and crispy potatoes that you won't want to put down. It's got it all. It's only $3 because behind every great deal at Wendy's is an even greater breakfast. Now, this is for a limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. That's the $3 breakfast deal. Choose between the bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant and get a small seasoned potatoes for just $3 at Wendy's.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the radio from hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our
anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once
it.
you have this done, you can't go back to the way you were. It's forever.
Nobody's business but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes.
I'm your
father.
Father, yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
I wonder what he's eating there. Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
What a
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're
depending
a
on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have
right?
any questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it. This
Thank
is
you.
nobody's business but mine.
Dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's cat?
A year's supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look. Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya. You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people stay...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
Settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, he's here now. Bill Frost, that debonair man about town, here to talk about TV. He's a fine writer for Slug Magazine. Content Shifter is the name of the column. What's it about currently?
The current one for October is some scary TV series to stream that you may have forgotten about, like Scream Queens from years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Very good series.
I enjoyed that. Slugmag.com?
Yeah, or BillFrost.tv.
Okay.
Easier way to find it.
BillFrost.tv. That's where you can find Bill's TV reviews. He has a podcast called TV Tan, and he's in a band, and there's some band stuff there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're doing our Halloween tour this weekend.
Of what bar?
Magda Vega, starting in Ogden at the Funkin' Dive, and then here in Salt Lake at Big Willie's. And then
on Halloween?
Well, for the rest of the Halloween weekend, we'll come to your house if if the price is right.
All right.
Yeah. Tonight on VH1, it's still a channel.
Really?
The Surreal Life is back.
What?
Uh-huh.
This is the celebrity...
Yep.
Okay.
Living in a house together.
Who is it?
Well, this has been off the air since 2006,
yeah.
and I don't know who asked to have this back, but it is back. And
Is it we got to do something with it or we lose the rights kind of a thing?
probably it sounds more like it. Yeah. Dennis Rodman.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Turn on the subtitles.
Stormy Daniels.
Oh, boy.
Frankie Muniz.
What?
Kim Coles from Living Single.
Yeah.
CJ Perry from the WWE. Manny Mua, he's a YouTuber. August Alsina, he's an R&B singer. And Tamar Braxton, who is the sister of Tony.
Yeah.
And that's your celebrities.
Oh, wow.
Well.
And then they have to try to live together in a house.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Frankie Munoz has been, they canceled his show because of Me Too stuff that he was
Or are
involved
you
in.
thinking of Fred Savage?
That's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah. They look alike.
That's who I'm thinking of, Fred
Yeah.
Savage. Frankie Munoz is innocent as far as I know.
As far as we know, yeah.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities. It's a anthology series on Netflix.
Yay.
I hope it's good.
He doesn't direct any of them, but he's got people from directors of A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, The Babadook, Mandy, and Cube, and Twilight.
It's basically people he's fans of.
Yeah.
And he said to them, I'm doing this thing. Can you do a thing with this thing?
Yeah.
And they went, yes.
And it's you got his seal of approval on it.
And I think he wrote a couple of the stories as well.
Have you seen any of them?
I've seen some of it. Looks good. And also, for you Tony Hale fans out there, on Tuesday, the Mysterious Benedict Society is back for season 2 on Disney and Disney Plus.
I didn't know this was even a season 1.
Oh yeah, it's
What is it?
Basically, these school for orphans. These kids get recruited into a mission to save the world by Mr. Benedict, who is played by Tony Hale.
He's your leader?
Yeah.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, not inspiring a lot of confidence.
Buster.
Going to Army, mother.
Yeah. And on Wednesday, this show has been away for almost 3 years now. Sherman's Showcase.
Oh, yes, I enjoy this show.
On IFC and AMC Plus. It's basically a retrospective of a Soul Train type show that's been on the air for like almost over 40 years, but the hosts still look exactly the same. It's like, here's a musical guest from 1982, and it's like, a Prince knockoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very funny.
It is.
And they're selling this 23 DVD box set of
Allegedly.
Sherman Showcase.
Yeah.
On going all the way to Friday, a film. This is from the 2020 Sundance Film Festival. This has been sitting around for a while.
Okay.
Finally sees release. Run, Sweetheart, Run on Prime Video. It's a woman who goes on a blind date from hell. Guy turns out to be a super creep, and soon she's being pursued across Los Angeles in the middle of the night.
Ooh.
Very creepy. And, yeah.
Sounds scary.
Also,
Who's in it? Anybody?
nobody I recognize, no. All new people. And also on Prime Video on Friday, The Devil's Hour, a British import, about a woman who wakes up every morning at 3:33 every morning with these horrifying nightmares.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, yeah.
I do that.
That's when her alarm goes off.
And they're somehow connected to a serial killer, and I say it's about time, played by Peter Capaldi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. And mysterious things ensue.
He would be perfect as a serial killer.
And he is.
He's also a good Doctor Who.
Yeah. On Saturday, this is during 2020, during the lockdown, I watched every European import of these Snowbound detective series.
Yeah.
I watched all of them, subtitles and all. And this is one of my favorites. It's back for a 3rd season, Dead Wind. It's from Finland.
Dead Wind from Finland.
Yeah.
Oh, I read a little something about
Yeah,
this. Said it was
it's a
quite
good one. Yeah. There's reading involved, though.
Well, that's okay.
Sorry. And Saturday Night Live is hosted by Jack Harlow. He's a rapper, and he had a KFC meal.
Okay.
That's all I know about
That's
it.
all you know.
He had a KFC meal?
So he's the musical guest and the host.
Yes. Yes.
What could go wrong?
See, there's the level of hip hop fame is, there's McDonald's signature meal,
Yeah.
and then you go down here to the KFC meal.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They're trying to get kids to watch Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Okay.
And on Sunday, this was kind of a very recent announcement. The White Lotus Season 2.
Yes.
Oh, it starts Sunday.
Yeah, already. HBO and HBO Max. Mike White's, it was supposed to be a limited series, but then everybody watched it, and it won all the Emmys, so it says, well, we better do another one.
Yep.
I hope they can, make it work again.
Yeah. Well, they kept Jennifer Coolidge.
Is that the only one?
Yes.
Because I wish they'd kept the hotel manager.
Yeah. They couldn't, yeah. 'cause
I don't. He's currently on Physical on Apple TV Plus.
Plus, didn't he spoilers die at the end?
Did he?
Yeah. Sorry. But it's a whole new cast, including Aubrey Plaza, F. Murray Abraham, Michael Imperioli, and it's at a different White Lotus hotel. This one's in Sicily.
All right.
And it's on Sunday.
I'll be there.
And that's kind of it for the new stuff this week.
Jennifer Coolidge. I really found The Watcher to be unsatisfying. All in all, just it was uneven. Some of it was good, and then it was. But she's got a big part, and she's throughout the whole thing, and she is just excellent.
Yeah,
God, she's good.
Yeah, The Watcher is one of the most I think it's in the top 5 on Netflix.
It's hugely
currently.
popular. Yeah. That and that Dahmer show.
Yeah, the Dahmer show was boring too.
Ugh.
So I won't
Why
watch
would you
it.
watch that?
A boring cannibal show?
A Ryan Murphy show about Jeffrey Dahmer was boring. I don't know.
Go figure.
He must have really tried to make it that way.
I guess.
And it's like The Watcher. They almost had it.
Almost.
But it just,
We finished and binged a couple of shows this weekend. The most recent season of Somebody Feed Phil, which was very entertaining.
Feed Phil.
And I maybe want to go to Nashville now.
Somebody always does feed Phil.
I know.
And the final season of Dairy Girls, we finished that too.
I have to get to that.
That was enjoyable as well.
You need subtitles for that.
Yeah, you do.
I use subtitles for everything except the NFL.
All right. Thank you, Bill Frost. Bill Frost, everybody. Traffic, Gina, please.
You live in Lehigh and need to come north? Don't.
Or south, apparently.
Apparently, here's how bad it is. So many people are using UDOT's website right now, the site has crashed. That's how bad.
Or they just unplugged it and went home.
So, because it's icy and people weren't planning on icy today, especially Utah County, Lehigh, American Fork, anywhere trying to get northbound I-15 to come around Point of the Mountain to come up into Salt Lake. It was icy this morning, could still be icy, and nobody was expecting it, so everybody going way too fast. Multiple crashes in that area. You're not getting out of Utah County right now, is what I'm indelicately trying to say. And you can't go to UDOT to see when things will clear up.
Yeah.
Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple. Adults only.
Beat Gina coming up after these. 877-602-9696. If you beat Gina at multiple choice, easy pop culture trivia, you're going to win. What is the prize today?
Well, remember when we had our event over at Squatters and they had these special glasses made?
It's a set of 2,
It's a set of 2 special Radio from Hell beer glasses.
They're really nice.
Really nice pint glasses from Squatters and Radio from Hell.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the prize up for today for Beat Gina. 877-602-9696. Easy to play. Coming up after these. And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. It's important to talk to people about your problems. You keep that stuff bottled up, and we're going to read about you in the news. You know what I'm saying? It's tough to train your brain to stay in problem-solving mode when you're faced with a challenge in your life, because it can just sometimes get overwhelming, and you're not thinking about solving the problem. All you're thinking about is the problems themselves. And that's when talking to somebody else really can help you. And people are hesitant to get into therapy for a lot of reasons, but the big reason that I keep hearing is, what if I don't like my therapist? Then I'm stuck with them. Well, with BetterHelp, you'll get matched with a therapist after filling out a brief survey. So first of all, we're looking for somebody who thinks the way you do. And you can switch therapists at any time with BetterHelp. So if you're thinking of giving therapy a try, BetterHelp is a great option. Convenient, accessible, affordable, entirely online, which is terrific. So if you want to be a better problem solver, therapy can get you there. Visit BetterHelp.com/SLC. Important to do that /SLC to get your 10% off of your first month. So that's BetterHelp.com/SLC. This trip I took out to Irvine over our 4th of July holiday.
Irvine, California.
Yes, to see my nieces. and I got to do stuff. I got to introduce them to things that blew their minds, that they had not been introduced yet.
Like
dipping French fries in a shake.
Oh.
They'd never done that before.
Okay.
Taught them to smoke.
And they were like, ooh, look at that. And then by the end of the meal, it was like, can I put my grilled cheese in there? I don't know. Go ahead and
A
try
whole
it.
science experiment
Ooh,
going on.
what we learned is that if you dip anything in melted ice cream, it's delicious.
Right.
So that was that lesson. And then we introduced them to the movie The Princess Bride.
How old are they?
The oldest one is 8.
That's good, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the youngest one is like 5.
It's like the perfect
So-
age. for
Might
that
go
movie.
a little over the
5
5-year-old.
Yeah, the 5-year-old, although she was fascinated by it. Although there was one point where she did run out of the room, and that's when Wesley's put in the machine that sucks his life out of him.
That's terrifying.
That
as
is
a kid.
terrifying. She
Yeah.
ran out of the room. The youngest one ran out of the room, and the oldest one was like, no.
You know, when I saw that movie in my 20s, I ran out of the room.
But they were kind of jaded about it before we started the movie.
What do you,
It was
why?
like, oh, what do you, we've never heard of this movie. We don't know, you know.
Right.
So we started up, and they're like, whatever. And then they started getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
Really started getting into it, and you could tell. Because there was the point in the movie where it's a dream sequence kind of a thing. It's like a fake out where you believe that Prince Humperdinck marries Buttercup.
Mm-hmm.
I present to you my new bride, Buttercup, and she comes out, and that's when the oldest girl stood up and went, no, she doesn't marry him. She marries Wesley. Now, you remember in the movie at that point, Fred Savage does the same thing to his grandpa who's reading him the book.
Well,
Right.
That's right, yeah.
Right.
No, you're reading it wrong, Grandpa. At the exact same time, they both did that.
It's been a while since I've seen the movie. That's towards the end-ish,
Toward the
right?
beginning.
Oh,
Toward the
is
beginning,
it?
yeah.
Okay. So
And so yeah, it was fascinating to watch them because then we had to stop it halfway through to go to supper, had to go to dinner,
okay.
and they were very upset
Hmm.
because they're like, well, then what happens? You know, we're at dinner. You know,
You have to
now,
wait.
now what happens? It's, well, you have to wait. And then they began. Another thing I taught them is, you know, if you watch the movie, your questions are usually answered. That was the other thing that they learned because I'm like, you know, they were, well, now where is this? And, well, if you wait, the guy will tell you
Yeah.
the answer to your question.
Uh-huh.
He will tell you the answer to your question. And sure enough, so by the end of the movie, I mean, after we got back from dinner, toward the end of the movie, they were quiet. They were just laser focused on the screen,
Uh-huh.
and they loved this movie.
Yeah. I was just looking at the cast here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's interesting. Robin Wright, the princess.
Mm-hmm.
She's just so beautiful in a very pure, simple
Yes.
way, you know.
It's
And
it's
what
perfect
happened?
casting.
What happened to her?
Did you see her in Wonder Woman?
No.
She was in Wonder Woman.
No,
She
I-
was one of the Amazonian warriors.
You know, all I've been seeing.
And she still looks great.
All I have her in my mind is from Game of House of Cards.
House of Cards.
House
yeah.
of Cards, and she's just a ice cold bitch in that.
Well, I'm glad you're teaching them about the questions thing early, because I know people who are well into their adulthood who still, to this day, will point at a movie and be like, "What? Why is this happening? Is he the bad guy?" And we're 5 minutes in. Do you want to know every single answer to this thing already? It's such a pet peeve of mine.
Princess Bride, of course, is really, it's the whole movie is powered by Mandy Patinkin as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, absolutely.
My
But you
name
know,
is Inigo Montoya.
the biggest laugh though that they got was this one.
Knowledge.
That
Mhm.
that got them.
Yeah.
They just laughed out loud when
Christopher Guest.
No, it's Peter Cook, and he's in this big.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
he
Yep.
looks like the Pope. You know, he's got
Yeah.
all the ceremonial and the hats and
Yeah.
everything, and
Yeah.
he's very, you know,
Well,
commanding looking.
His
you know.
character is called, I'm just looking at the cast list here, Peter Cook adds, the impressive clergyman.
Exactly, you know. And it's, you know, there's the organ and da-da-da, and he turns around slowly and has a very, not a stern look, but a very serious look. And then the first thing he says is,
Knowledge.
and it just killed them. Just killed them. They died.
Oh, I forgot Billy Crystal too. Yeah.
Oh, they love that part too.
Yeah, it's great. The whole movie is just. Mandy Patinkin's coming to town, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
I've got to get tickets.
Mhm.
I saw him live on stage at the Capitol Theater some years ago.
Mhm.
He sings show tunes and does really nice, funny patter and talks about The Princess Bride a little bit. He's just wildly entertaining. Man, he's good.
Well, I remember we were telling him about the movie. He said, "This movie, I think you'll like it. It's got giants, it's got pirates, it's got sword fights, it's got rodents of unusual size, it's got all of these things." He said, "Well, we've seen that cartoon." It's not a cartoon. You have not seen this. This is, and I think that's what blew them away is that it was live action. It wasn't a cartoon.
Yeah,
probably added to it, but yeah, the movie still holds up.
Yep.
Carrie Elwest's book, As You Wish, about being the impossible movie to make, is apparently a good book, and cute stories about Andre the Giant.
Oh, yeah. Hey, see, now I got the cast list here, and he's not in it.
Andre the Giant?
Yeah. I don't know why.
He's
in The Princess Bride?
Yeah. He's not on the cast list. I know he's in the movie.
I was going to say, he should be. He's a major role.
Oh, there he is. It's they've got his full name, and so I didn't. Andre Rene Rousimo.
Oh, that's
Rousimo.
Not his professional name, Andre the Giant.
And if you're looking at the same Google search cast list as I am, everybody has like a nice profile view of their face, except for Andre the Giant. It's a photo of him standing next to somebody much, much smaller.
Frame of reference. All right.
It's time once again for Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. For acid indigestion, heartburn that may be caused by this game show, here's relief that's ideal for you. After playing along with Beat Gina, it's Tums for the tummy. Tums acts fast. Scientifically formulated, Tums quickly dissolves just right. Gets to the stomach fast. In seconds, Tums neutralizes the acid caused by Beat Gina, and it causes your stomach distress. Tums are safe. Tums are pure. Tests recently completed prove that Tums are more effective than other antacids tested. Men and women from Maine to California say, Tums are wonderful. So remember, night or day, at home or away, keep Tums handy next time you go shopping. Get Tums for the tummy. And now, here is your Beat Gina game master and host. Men and women from Maine to California say he's wonderful.
Wow.
Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
All right, the randomizer has chosen Bryce, if he is there. Bryce?
Yes.
Hi,
I'm
Bryce.
here.
Okay, Bryce, this is who you'll be playing against, Gina.
Okay, Bryce.
Now, the prize, if you beat Gina, Bryce, is two of these, I say highly collectible because I don't think they're going to make any more of them. These Squatters pint glasses, Radio from Hell Squatters pint glasses. Very nice.
Very nice. They even come in a little carrier.
There's a package of two of them.
Nice.
So that's if you win. Now, if Gina beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Oh, I'm going to make a big fat donation to the road home.
Wonderful. All right.
After this cold snap, by all means, we need to take care of them.
All right, then we'll toss a coin to see who goes first. You call it, Bryce, heads or tails?
Tails.
All right, coin toss app says heads, as you can see.
I had nothing to do with it, Bryce. It just happens.
That means that Gina gets the first question. It is hers to answer exclusively. If she gets it correct, Bryce, she gets the point. If not, I'll allow you to answer it correctly to steal the point away, and we'll go back and forth until one of you gets 3 points. It's potpourri today because nobody wants to sit in their cubicle on Friday and...
You want to get out of here.
You want to get out of here. So we got a bunch of leftover questions from different subjects. Our first subject, Leatherface trivia.
Well, 'tis the season.
Yes. Gina, Drayton Sawyer from the first 2 Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies won what contest? He always bragged about it.
Okay.
Was it 1, a butchering contest, 2, animal skinning contest, 3, hardest kick to the groin contest, or 4, longest ear hair contest?
Is it a butcher contest?
It is.
It's 1 point for Gina. Now it's your turn, Bryce.
Bryce, let's see.
Okay.
Michael Myers trivia.
Oh, dear.
Let's see. Who was offered to reprise their role as Tommy Doyle, but had to decline due to filming issues? In other words, this actor was in a previous Halloween movie. They wanted him back for these new ones, but had to decline because of filming, scheduling issues. Was it 1, Hulk Hogan, 2, Paul Rudd, 3, Rob Schneider, or 4, Johnny Depp?
Oh, wow. I don't think it was Johnny Depp. How about 3?
Rob Schneider?
Sure, that's not correct.
That is not correct. Gina?
Gina, what's the answer?
Now, I know Johnny Depp was in Nightmare on Elm Street. Was he also in... Could it... Yeah, I guess. Johnny Depp?
No, we threw Johnny Depp in there to trick you because he was in Nightmare on Elm Street.
And it worked.
Not Halloween. Paul Rudd
Really?
played Tommy Doyle in Halloween Curse of Michael Myers.
I did not know that.
Well, it's 1-0. Gina, you do control the question, though.
Okay.
Gina, Carrie Fisher trivia.
Okay.
With which actor did Carrie Fisher admit she had an affair?
Ooh.
Is it 1, Pete Davidson, 2, Harrison Ford, 3, Mark Hamill, or 4, Norman Fell?
Was it? Oh, God, was it Harris?
Harris Hamill? What?
Harrison Ford?
Is that your answer?
Yeah.
That's what she
That
said.
is correct. I mean, come on, if you're picking between the two, come on.
I thought, but maybe Harrison didn't. I don't know.
It's 2-0. Bryce, this is a chance for you to get back into the game, perhaps.
Bryce?
If you want to.
Zac Efron trivia. You ready, Bryce?
Okay, yeah.
In 2013, Zac Efron broke his jaw doing what? Is it 1, slipping on a puddle of water in his house, 2, filming a car accident for Charlie St. Cloud, 3, getting a motorcycle riding lesson from Gary Busey, or 4, crashed his Segway into the river wharf in West Yorkshire?
Wow. Just for fun, I'm going to go with number 4, crashed a Segway.
No, that's the inventor of the Segway who did that, Jimmy Hesleden. So, incorrect.
Sorry.
I believe it's number 2.
Filming a car accident for Charlie St.
Yes.
Cloud?
No?
Terribly sorry. He slipped on a puddle of water in his house.
Huh.
Well, boy, my gosh, the game's still going.
All right.
Gina controls the question. She has 2 points to Bryce's no point.
Oh, I can finish this now?
If you do this correctly.
Okay.
Hugh Jackman trivia.
Okay.
Hugh Jackman dreamed of being what? 1, an actor, 2, a poultry scientist, 3, a journalist, or 4, a gas station attendee?
Gas station attendee.
What? You want to extend this, don't you? We want to end this.
Bryce?
Yes.
What?
Bryce, Hugh Jackman dreamed of being an actor, a poultry scientist, or a journalist?
I'm going to say 1, an actor.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
All right.
It's Bryce's turn.
He wanted to be a journalist.
Journalist. It's Bryce's turn.
All right.
2-0.
Bryce.
This is going to go on for at least 2 more questions.
That means I need to find more questions. Bryce.
Yes.
James Bond trivia. After viewing 007 Dr. No, James Bond creator Ian Fleming reportedly described the movie as being what? Is it 1, dreadful, simply dreadful? 2, the best Bond movie to ever grace the silver screen? 3, meant for the eyes and mind of an intellectual? Or 4, his most beloved movie since Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Again, I'll just go with number 2 because it sounds good.
Please.
What?
You want to hear them again? Is it 1, dreadful, simply dreadful?
1.
Correct.
That's right. You win the game.
Oh, thank Christ.
Oh, sorry, Bryce. Sorry you had to be because you had to be a part of that, I think we should just give you those.
I agree.
Anyway.
All right, you can have the
I was
glasses.
ready to go get stuck in traffic in Lehigh.
No, you might as well. All right.
Hang on, Bryce, and someone will come on the phone and tell you how to claim your prize.
All right.
I've got to go. I'm feeling kind of queasy.
I don't blame you. Thank you, John. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by...
You First is no stranger to rewarding members. Rates are low. There's no annual fee. Transfer your balance to You First today. Get 3% cash back up to $1,000. No transfer fee, no annual fee. Call 801-481-8800 or visit a You First branch to get started.
Kanye West accuses Quentin Tarantino of stealing the idea for Django Unchained. Stealing it from him, Kanye. He said he spoke to Quentin Tarantino about his Django concept for his Gold Digger music video, and then Tarantino turned it into a film. Kanye, in a new interview, accused the director, along with actor Jamie Foxx, of stealing his idea.
We should just not listen to anything Kanye says
and I think people
at all.
I think people should stop interviewing him.
Yes.
I mean, Piers Morgan has him on just because it's a sideshow.
Yeah.
And I think people should stop interviewing him.
I agree.
Kanye also wants to build his own mini city, and he wants to call it the Yecosystem. YECOSYSTEM. The Yecosystem.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Let's move on. We'll move on. This is great. Bob Woodward, who wrote a book about Donald Trump.
A couple of them.
Yeah, a couple. Did lots and lots of interviews with him on tape. He always tapes things and then refers to his tapes to write the books. 20 interviews he did with Trump, and Woodward is releasing those tapes unedited.
So you can hear in his own words.
Here's what Woodward says about it. In more than 50 years of reporting, I have never disclosed the raw interviews or full transcripts of my work. But after listening again to the 20 interviews I conducted with President Donald Trump during his last year as chief executive, I have decided to take the unusual step of releasing them. I was struck by how Trump pounded in my ears in a way that the printed page cannot capture.
Ooh.
In their totality, these interviews offer an unvarnished portrait of Trump. You hear him in his own words, his own voice, during one of the most consequential years in American history, amid Trump's first impeachment, the coronavirus pandemic, and the large racial justice process. Much has been written about that period by me. Trump is now. He starts talking. He says, "Well, when the virus came along, Trump said, "That's not my fault. That's China's fault." There's a moment in all of it in the last 2 months where he says, Woodward says, "Is this the leadership test of a lifetime?" No, it's not. Is this the leadership test of a lifetime? All of this stuff going on? No, it's not. Trump is he. You know, you're probably going to screw me because, that's the way it goes. Look, George Bush sat with you for hours and you screwed him.
Yeah, I do want to hear his own voice for that, because you can't, if it's there on tape, you can't deny what you say. You can't say you were misquoted or you were this or we all listen to the tape and we'll know what it is.
Now, Donald Trump has said he is now suing. He said, "I'm going to sue Bob Woodward because those tapes are mine."
No.
He can't release them. They're mine, and I'm going to sue him.
It's not.
And they're already out there. All right?
It's just scary.
He's going to sue everybody. He keeps saying he's,
Apparently, he just comes across. You will, if people listen to it, they will say, "This guy's unhinged. There's something wrong here."
Yep.
Utah parents have filed hundreds of requests to remove public titles from K through 12 libraries, school libraries, since a new law took effect in May, banning pornographic or indecent books in schools.
There aren't any there.
In a report last week to lawmakers, the Utah State Board of Education said it has tracked 280 complaints on books so far in less than 6 months under the law, and that's from just 9 of 41 districts in the state. The board expects that number of complaints, some of which target the same titles but in different locations, to jump when it gets reports back from every district and charter. Senator John Johnson, Republican from Ogden, applauded the effort by parents to call out what they see as inappropriate books. He said he's read some of the titles that parents have expressed concern about and was completely shocked that they were available to kids in public schools.
Oh, my God.
"I read a lot in the press that we're banning books or we're burning books," he said.
You are.
"But I really feel strongly that we have an obligation to protect the innocence of children. So, ban them or burn them." He didn't say that, but that's what's implied there.
I think any parent that wants to get rid of a book in the library has to read it and write a report on it.
Yes.
You mean homework?
Yes.
I'm not going to do that.
Be glad your kids are reading, for God's sake.
In Canyon School District, 9 books have been targeted. See, that's what's happening. They're targeted.
But I'm telling you right now, if you tell kids that they can't have or do something, what does that kid suddenly want to have or do?
Super interested in wondering what is in that book that you don't want me to know about.
So it's going to backfire on you.
I told you the story. My mom I brought a book home from school that was too adult for me. It was in the school. Our teacher had just books that we could check out, and it was too adult for me. I wouldn't have understood it. It was called A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, and my mother had read it, and she knew there was one scene in it, and she took it away from me. She said, "You can't read this." So what did I do? I looked all over the house to find where she had hidden it and read through it and found what I wasn't supposed to see.
But you were disappointed, weren't you? You thought it would be more than that.
Yeah, although I was surprised. I mean...
And if these books are in school and a teacher, an educator, is teaching you the book and going through it with you and talking about the uncomfortable things and talking about the things that these parents are worried about, that's the place for that.
Then finally speaking of books, did you see this, Carrie, this graphic novel that this young woman has done?
Which one?
It's called Numb to This. It's a graphic novel done by a young woman who has survived a mass shooting at a school.
Oh, really?
The Umpquist Community College in Oregon. A gunman killed 8 students and 1 professor and injured 8 more. This young woman now has shared her experience in a graphic novel, Numb to This, Memoir of a Mass Shooting, hoping that it will help people understand. The book has something I've been looking at doing for a while. I started right after the shooting happened, but I really needed to know how this was going to affect me and like what was expected or what I should look out for. And there's a couple of pictures from the book and the novel, and she's
And I'm betting if a school wanted to carry it, it would get banned too.
She's done a great job, it looks like. Numb to this. Her name is Neely. Her last name is Neely. Kendra Neely. Neely.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
The Jazz are undefeated. The uniforms are ugly. You don't know who any of them are, and they're winning all their games so far, and they're fun to watch. So who knew? I don't know. World Series is set. It's the Phillies and the Astros. So of course we're rooting for the Phillies because anything associated with Texas we don't want anything to do with. The first game of the World Series happens Friday, October 28th. And Sister Wives fans are demanding that Cody Brown be cast in the next Dancing with the Stars.
Well, that's okay. I'm sure they'll put him on then.
What? They're demanding.
If his sister wives are demanding it, I'm sure that'll happen.
That's sports. Weather. So there was a hard freeze last night. This is going to dovetail literally into my traffic report. A hard freeze that put some ice on the roads in some places, and it's going to be cold and continue throughout the week. Today, a high of 45, only going to be in the mid-40s to low 50s, it looks like, all week long, and a couple different chances for some rain mixed with snow, depending on where you are. Now, the huge issues are Utah County. It is both northbound and southbound traffic trying to get up around Point of the Mountain into the Salt Lake Valley, and it's just a mess. There was ice on the roads. Everyone was driving like it was 70 degrees a few days ago, and everyone was not expecting it to be icy. And there are multiple accidents in Utah County, both directions of I-15. There's also reports of a crash southbound Redwood Road just before the Harvest Hills Boulevard in Saratoga Springs. Both southbound lanes are blocked. Traffic is using one of the northbound lanes to get by. That leaves only one right lane for northbound traffic to use headed toward 2100 North. This is also in Lehigh, so that's just adding to the mess. If you live in Lehigh, I would suggest working from home today, or at least going in after the sun comes up and melts some of that stuff. Water Pocket Distillery's new barrel-strength light whiskey. Water Pocket has opened a satellite distillery called Robber's Roost Distillery at the Etta Place Cidery in Torrey. That's near Capitol Reef National Park. You can learn more on Instagram and Facebook at Robber's Roost Spirits.
Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We got some geek news for you coming up. Stand by for that. And, Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Coming up in about 20 minutes or so. You'll play that game. Stand by. Is this official?
Yes.
Oh.
Hello, sailor boy.
There we go.
It's my sailor son, Festus. And remember, he used to call into the show sometimes to give us updates, but he's
too good for us?
Well,
now?
no, he works too early in the morning, so I suggested he send us a letter to let us know, because I had friends of the program asking me at our Squatters event, we haven't heard what's happening with Festus. We need a Hello Sailor Boy update. So he sent this letter. Ahoy, hoy, friends of the Radio from Hell show, he says. As I sit here in the wake of Hurricane Ian, I can't help but feel the need to share my disappointment with you.
What?
In the days leading up to and during this storm, I was inundated with text messages from friends and family to the tune of, "Please don't die. Is your house underwater? Are you dead yet?"
Well.
And while I'm truly grateful for all the people that care if I live or die, I must share with you a very fortunate yet disappointing truth. Jacksonville is very bad at being Florida. What do I mean by this? Well, while the rest of Florida seemed to be experiencing life-threatening winds and catastrophic flooding, as I looked out my window, all I saw was a slight breeze and an elderly man walking his equally elderly chihuahua. This is the Florida I get? Come on, guys. I wanted the full experience. Is it too much to ask to see an alligator in a kayak smoking a cigarette floating down a river that was once a road? Just once?
Careful what you wish for, Festus.
So yes, in my experience, Jacksonville is very bad at being Florida. You best believe I'll write to Daddy DeSantis and complain about this.
Boy.
Navy life is treating me well. Although much to Bill's disappointment, I must report I still have yet to tie a bowline knot or hoist a single mizzen mast.
Oh, geez, come on.
I'm much too busy defending our nation's warriors from oral disease and decay.
Yeah.
You think Russia will be afraid of us if we let our troops suffer from gingivitis? Absolutely not.
That's true.
He works in a dental clinic.
Not much of a sailor.
That's where I come in. I guarantee you that every Russian soldier has several cavities, and we must always be one step ahead of the enemy.
I think, Gina, we can't call this feature Hello Sailor Boy anymore. It has to be Hello Dentist Boy. Hello Dental Boy.
He said, but it's not all fun and games. Last weekend, I had to go into work on a Saturday.
Oh, no.
Holy mackerel.
Can you believe it?
Oh.
I almost felt like I was in the military for a minute.
Yeah.
Why did I have to go to work on a Saturday, you might ask? I had to stand outside and take the temperature of the air. Why? Well,
Why?
because if it gets too toasty outside, we have to call the neighboring commands on base and tell them to drink water and not under any circumstances go for a run. If you're like me, you might be thinking, can't these grown adults figure out this information for themselves?
Yeah.
And you would be correct.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of a Coors Light can changing colors to indicate that the beer within is cold enough for human consumption. Is it necessary? I would hope not. But Uncle Sam says we have to.
They did that, didn't they, for a while, Coors?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's weird.
I wish I could stay and chat some more, but I have important matters to attend to that are vital to our national security. This spit is not going to suction itself.
There you go.
That's all for this Hello Sailor Boy update, but rest assured it shall not be the last. Very respectfully, Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Jones, Festus, Naval Branch Health Clinic, Mayport Dental Department. P.S. That's how I have to sign all my work emails.
Hello, spit-sucking boy.
Yep.
Hello, dental boy. He's disappointed that he didn't get the full Monty.
He just wants a little bit of.
He didn't get the full Monty.
Yeah.
You know, like DeSantis said about the storm.
The full Monty.
Hey, we got the full Monty here.
But and I had family calling me going, "Is Festus okay?"
He's fine.
It didn't.
He's on the other
well,
side.
It didn't hit him at all.
Well, but you can understand that they would.
I thought to a distant time and place and explore the magnificent architecture and legends of ancient Egyptian civilization. Mysteries of Egypt is now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for showtime.
All right. Let's see. Well, I'll give you the down low on Black Adam coming up here in a minute. But
Okay.
The big breaking news that happened yesterday is there is a new Star Wars film in the works.
Okay.
With Damon Lindelof co-writing, and the filmmakers Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy directing. Lindelof's involvement in the Star Wars feature has long been rumored, but it's confirmed now. And this director has directed Ms. Marvel, which was a delightful series. Her involvement was reported Sunday night. Reps from Lucasfilm did not comment, but the sources on this are really good. Lindelof, of course, is famous for Lost. Don't hold that against him.
No, he made up for it.
He made up for it with The Leftovers and Watchmen.
Yeah.
And he also worked on some Star Trek movies. The Hunt, which was, kind of a strange thing. They're not saying what this Star Wars movie is about, but this will be the first Star Wars film in a theater in a very long time. I'm trying to find the dates on this. It's been forever since the last Star Wars movie was in theaters because honestly,
it's all on.
They're doing so good on Disney Plus. To me, it's like just stay there, do it all there because they're good. Some of these Star Wars stories need some time to be told. You just can't throw them down in an hour and a half. All right. Black Adam is out there. It did very well over the weekend. It was, it was 67 million domestically.
Mohammed Saadi liked it.
He liked it? All right. It did okay. But the question is now what's the future for the DC Extended Universe? Well, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Shazam, Fury of the Gods, that's the second Shazam movie, will be in March of 2023. Then you got that Flash movie with that train wreck Ezra Miller, June 23rd of 2023. Then you got Blue Beetle. Is happening August 18th.
It's a beetle superhero?
He's it's like Iron Man, but alien technology, and it makes him look like a beetle.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, December 25th, 2023. And then in 2024, you've got the second Joker movie. You got Wonder Woman 3. You got The Batman 2, Black Canary, Supergirl, and Man of Steel 2. So those are all pending for the DC Universe. Let's go to the Marvel Universe. Black Panther. We've got another trailer out. This one is, it's just a short one, but it gives you an even better look at Namor the Submariner. And it's definitely going to be Wakanda versus Atlantis in Wakanda Forever. So
he's coming. Without the Black Panther, Wakanda will fall. Vibranium, he's covered in it. That can't be good.
and you also get a look at Ironheart's in here, who's getting her own series on Disney Plus. But they're going all in on Namor. I'm really surprised because, you know, when you take a first look at Namor in the comics,
he's silly looking.
He's kind of silly. He's got wings on his feet.
Yeah.
But isn't he a
on his ankles?
ocean guy?
He is. He's the Prince of Atlantis, and but he's one of the more powerful characters in the Marvel comics universe, and I'm A, surprised that they're introducing him here, and B, surprised that they're going all in.
Okay.
Well,
So
why
do
not?
it. Black Panther Wakanda Forever is tracking now the predictions for the box office opening. How much was Black Adam? 67 mil? They're saying they're looking at 175 mil for Black Panther Wakanda Forever in their opening weekend, which tracks, according to this NRG tracking data, because the first Black Panther, when debuted, 202 million domestically. That was just here in America. Very popular. It's going to be interesting to see what happens now that the character that is so popular is not in the movie.
Yeah.
We shall see. Jake Gyllenhaal is a comic book fan, specifically of this character called Prophet, who was a Studio 8's adaptation of a comic book series by Deadpool co-creator Rob Liefeld. Jake Gyllenhaal wants to be in this so much, he is going to produce and is going to star in it. The character is a man-out-of-time idea paired with a super soldier serum concept. Sound familiar?
A little bit.
Introduced in the pages of Youngblood, which was another comic book by Rob Liefeld. John Prophet, conscripted by the Germans near the end of World War II and subjected to scientific experiments that gave him superhuman strength. He volunteers at the end of World War II in order to feed his family. After a bombing buries him alive and traps him underground for 20 years, he awakens in 1965 to a world that has moved on without him. His daughter is now resenting him, and the KGB agents are after him to get his blood.
Oh, I've been there.
So it's, we'll see. We'll see. There was a movie out some time ago. Do you remember Ryan Reynolds and the dude in R.I.P.D.?
No.
Oh, yeah.
The answer is usually no or vaguely.
Yeah.
Somehow,
I don't think I've even heard of it.
Somehow it got a sequel? It's a prequel, actually, following Jeff Bridges' Wild West lawman Roy Pulsifer as he first becomes part of the R.I.P.D. In this time,
They're
it's
like ghost cops, right?
Yeah, they are ghosts. and they're
What?
cops.
They're ghost cops.
Yeah. It was a spin-off of a Hellboy comic book.
Okay.
But this time, Byrne notices Jeffrey Donovan is playing the part that the dude played. The first 8 minutes is available at Universal's website. It doesn't look good. Of course, R.I.P.D. was not good. And finally a big thank you to eBay. They are not letting users sell Jeffrey Dahmer-themed costumes.
Good.
Oh, yeah, I read that. That's good.
So thank you, eBay, for I see one of those at my doorstep.
Drawing the line somewhere.
Exactly, yes.
Jeez.
Thank you. Oh, I'm thinking of BPRD. That's different. Okay. BPRD is a spinoff of Hellboy. Nothing to do with RIPD. Okay. Traffic, please.
Remnants of a multi-vehicle crash northbound I-15 just after the on-ramp from SR-92 Timpanogos Highway in Lehigh. Remains are blocking, adding to the delays, which stretch all the way back to American Fork from almost a dozen accidents this morning, affecting both directions of traffic on I-15 in that area. It was icy this morning, and that surprised everybody, apparently. So still a mess down there. Also crash eastbound I-215 approaching the I-15 interchange in Murray. The right shoulder blocked, causing slowing back to Redwood Road. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. If you know your dead/live celebrities, you'll play this game with ease. You can call now and line up. We're going to have some commercials and then a song here, but 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play. If you can spot the dead celebrity amongst our 4 celebrities, you will win what?
Tickets to Loveland Living Planet Aquarium.
Aquarium tickets. How
Nice. That's good.
877-602-9696. Once again, 877-602-9696 to play They're Fine. They're Just Fine. KXRK Provo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that feature you know and love.
Hello, sailor boy!
Oh, so my son Festus graduated from Navy boot camp last week.
Oh, so he did make it.
He did make it. So what the last thing you have to do before graduation is, it's called battle stations. Doesn't that sound tough? It's a simulated ship, and apparently the people at Universal Studios designed this ship.
Really?
It's like a ride. It shakes and moves, and like you have to go through 24 hours on this fake ship where, you know, things happen and you have to react. Like, oh, there's a flood in this compartment.
All decks to battle stations. This is not a drill. All decks to battle stations.
Or there's a fire, you know, below deck that you got to put out, and oh, there's a man overboard, you know, all that.
That poop deck needs to be swabbed.
Exactly. But went through that and passed. And normally the family can go to the graduation. It's just like any graduation. But of course, COVID, everything. So they had a virtual graduation, which if there are dozens and dozens of people graduating and they're all wearing the same thing, I couldn't see him, and there was
and
no
they all
way
have the same haircuts too.
Yeah. Well, and they're all wearing masks. So it's this.
I think that's you.
Yeah. So I watched it, but I couldn't see him. But after graduation, I got a text from him. He got his phone back. He hasn't had his phone for 10 weeks.
That's right. For some reason, they're on real world blackout or
Yeah.
something like that. They're not allowed access to the real world.
So he sent me this text. He said, "They just put me on a bus a little while ago. Holding a phone feels weird. Kind of like Betty White discovering AOL Messenger for the first time. What is this phone thing that I..." But he said, so we started texting back and forth, and he said, "They don't tell you anything in the military. I didn't know I was leaving. I don't know where I'm going. They just say, get your stuff and get on the bus. But here's your phone." So at least he could have that.
Okay. Well.
And they put him on a military plane and flew, because I said, "Where are you going, to the airport?" He's like, "I don't know. I hope so. I want to get a double quarter pounder if we go to the airport."
Priorities.
But they didn't. It's all military. And so all along we've been thinking, once he gets to, it's called A school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like college. He's going to medic school. It's school from 8 to 4, and you know, it's college. He lives in a dorm, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we thought, oh, well, we can maybe go visit him while he's there because he's going to be there for 10 months. And his wife was supposed to leave this week to go look for an apartment close by base because in regular times he could go off base and like go to dinner with her or whatever. And on the weekends, he could go stay with her during the weekends.
Not now.
None of that.
Nope.
He cannot leave the base for 10 months.
Wow.
Now she, because she has a military ID, can come on base and visit him. She can't stay there with him. But, you know, they screen you. But he is not allowed to leave. There's no liberty. There's no... So, now, this is 10 months. I am hopeful that this COVID thing will be much better in less than 10 months. But potentially, I could not be in the same room with him for 10 months.
Wow.
Is that crazy? I don't care for that. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're trying to be safe and that they have restrictions like that. You know, it's kind of like when we were talking to Amy Donaldson earlier, and she was talking about how in the NBA they have their bubble, and they had to stay there and everything. But the NFL, they come and go, and this is a military bubble.
Well, I mean, I guess you'll have to get used to seeing him on Zoom, I suppose.
Well, so this is the thing that's finally going to get me to buy an iPhone.
Hi, Gina. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so we can FaceTime and stuff. But I'm a little depressed at the thought of not seeing him for that long. I'm hopeful that before 10 months is over that will change. But
I wish.
No.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Because where he is like school and he has a phone and stuff, he's going to see if he can find a time maybe where we can hello sailor where he actually calls in, which would be...
Oh, that'd be fun.
Which would be nice. So.
Well, there you go.
Number 2, Bill Hemmer, co-anchor of America's Newsroom on the Fox News Channel, based in New York. Hemmer spent a week at the Vatican moderating the second annual Adult Stem Cell Research Conference, and also served as keynote speaker at Miami University Oxford's Farmer School of Business Commencement. Number 3, Bill Beutel, best known for his work with ABC, spending much of his time anchoring eyewitness news for WABC TV in New York. Also was an ABC radio network newscaster, and occasionally substituted for Paul Harvey, it says here.
Oh.
And number 4, Jim Avila, senior law and justice correspondent for ABC News. Jim graduated from Glenbard East High School with the name Jim Simon. Before joining ABC, he was correspondent for NBC News, and he had in the past frequently anchored ABC's World News Saturday. Those are 4 anchors. Which one?
I mean, I only know Brian Williams out of those 4.
Okay.
I am going to guess number 3.
Why number 3?
You use some past tense words in that, and I'm going to use deductive reasoning.
It's the context clues.
Yeah.
There you go. You're right. Bill Beutel died in 2006 at the age of 75.
That's what I'm talking about.
I keep trying to fix those, and it's just hard.
Yeah.
I go through and I try to take out anything that, gives a clue, and it's hard to do.
Well, how do you spell his last name?
Beutel?
Yeah.
Beutel.
Why don't people text that to 339?
Oh, no.
That's
kind of
too
fun.
hard.
That's too hard.
How about news?
News.
Right,
N-E-W. N-E-W.
Spell it right.
It's my job to watch the text chat, and I love seeing people mistype things. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nick, for filling in, and go fix the phone.
Yeah, I'll go pick
I
a
think it
random
may be
texter.
fixed, actually. I think that...
Did
looks like
Dawson just smack it right
I think
in there?
I think he turned it off and then turned it back on.
Oh.
Unplugged it.
The tried and true method.
Unplugged, count to 3, and then plugged it back in.
Well, Frank, I know you have work to do. And I've been meaning to tell you that sidecar you have on your scooter is it's really quite charming.
Oh,
it's small.
But it makes things much easier when I'm taking them to, oblivion.
What about if you get a big celebrity?
Well,
you just squeeze them in?
Just got to squeeze them in. Luckily, it's magical. It's like me. It's a magical device. It'll go right in.
Like when you finally take Harvey Weinstein, when you finally take him.
When that happens, he'll fit right into the side. It's a lot easier than when I used to have to say, hold on, and sit on the back of the Vespa.
Be careful with Harvey Weinstein. I have the feeling he might try to take you.
He probably would. Has anyone seen Bill Wyman?
Is he still alive?
86 today.
I thought he was gone.
How about F. Murray Abram?
He's on that White Lotus.
83. Kevin Kline. Anyone seen Kevin Kline?
No, you leave Kevin Kline alone.
75 today. All right. And your attorney, Ed Brass, I'd be happy to hear that Tila Tequila is 41 today.
Oh.
I'm 41 years old today.
And I would say Tila is closer than any of those other ones you read.
Probably.
You're closer to taking
What are you
Tila.
talking
You
about?
think Tila before Bill Wyman? Okay.
Yes, that's my prediction.
I'll wait for the pager to go off. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye.
Misfits and dope addicts are here.
Oh, that's not it.
Yeah,
Where's my Vespa? There it is.
Goodbye. 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 Well, that was
Tila Tequila makes a list.
She's
Still
on the list
even?
here. It's the list that Skin sends me is selective because sometimes the chat room sends me the actual list, because Skin just picks a few.
Mm-hmm.
So Skin has chosen Daya, 24 today, singer.
Okay.
Shanae Grimes, actress, 33. Drake, 36.
Okay.
Tia Tequila, 41. Monica, R&B singer, 42. B.D. Wong is 62. And then Kevin Kline, F. Murray Abram, and Bill Wyman.
The most recent thing I can find about Tila Tequila, you will be unsurprised to hear she's announced her own line of e-liquids for vapes.
Vaping.
Vaping is very good for you. I'm Tila Tequila. What was she on our show trying to,
Condos
Condos in Vegas.
Timeshares or something.
Yeah, timeshares in Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how we let that happen.
Because we were told to get celebrities.
It's putting celebrities on your show.
Uh-huh.
That's how.
That's what we were
That's
told.
how you
Yeah.
have a successful show.
Again, I asked the question, how did we let that happen?
Well, that was as close to a celebrity as we could get at the time. It was the only one.
Oh, we had Dawn Wells.
Well, she was selling her
cookbook from Gilligan's Island.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Marianne.
It's a fact. I've made several friends thanks to having celebrities on my show.
See?
Do you have a show? Why don't you get some celebrities and put them in it?
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, there's no better way to know people than to have them on your show.
Why don't you shoot us an email and thank us for all the celebrities that we put in our show? Call now to talk to any of the celebrities that you've seen on our show.
If you do what I do, you'll know that putting a celebrity on your show is the best idea for your show.
There you go.
That proves it right there.
It's why that Smartless podcast is so popular.
They have celebrities on there.
Because they have, and they're all just friends.
Yeah.
Every single person they have on,
buddy,
they're friends with. So they have it easy.
Because they can just,
if your friends are celebrities,
They can just call celebrities.
Yeah.
I can't call celebrities.
We don't know anybody.
No.
I mean, I've got some phone numbers in here.
But not any ones that you could really use.
I don't know. I haven't called Bruce Campbell in a long time.
Do you think he'd return your call?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Last time he was in town, he gave me his number.
Well, you could try to call
Don't
him.
bother Bruce. See, that would be me. If I had celebrity friends, like genuinely they're my friends, I wouldn't want to bother them. Like people bother you all the time, celebrities.
Then they wouldn't be your friends.
I don't want to bother you.
They would never be your friends because you would never get to know them because you don't want
I
to
don't want
bother
to bother them.
And me, I enjoy being a bother.
I know you do.
Well, then we should have some celebrities on our show.
That's right.
That was a recording of our two previous consultants, by the way, just so you know. Let's see. Okay, we have big boy news and Opinioendo coming up. Stand by for that. And maybe now that the phones are working, I don't know. We'll figure something out, how to give away those passes. All right, stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast. The $3 breakfast deal is back. And you can order this using the app if you'd like, the Wendy's app. You can do it either way. Use the Wendy's app and then pick it up, and you're in and out of there in no time because it'll tell you when it'll be ready, or you can specify, I need it by. Or just hit the drive-thru on your way to court or wherever it is that you're headed this morning. Right now at Wendy's, you can start your morning with the $3 breakfast deal. You can choose between the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant or the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. Both are excellent. I'll take the sausage one myself. But you'll get a small seasoned potatoes with them for just $3. So it's the fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, savory sausage. Their sausage is special. Delicious. Hot, crispy potatoes with it. And it's all there for only $3, because behind every great deal at Wendy's is an even greater breakfast. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Hit the drive-thru.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and LaRon Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years. I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
Hey, it's 9:21 right now. Time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollment for spring semester.
Well, it's National Bologna Day.
Oh, good.
Everyone's favorite processed luncheon meat has its own day, bologna, named after the Italian city of the same name, except I believe they pronounce it Bologna. But down there, down in the boot, in Italy, they call it mortadella.
Yes.
Which is a
delicious.
Is that a different
sausage,
day, or is it?
Sausage with bits of lard and peppercorns in it. Oh, and a lot of times little slivers of pistachios.
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh, it's really good. American bologna, as you may have noticed, is distinctly different from that and not nearly as good. But it is loved no less the world over.
I want a bologna sandwich now.
Yeah.
Do you do the fried bologna or just regular,
No, just regular.
straight ahead?
Little mayonnaise, a little mustard, white bread, and boy, you got a piece of lettuce. You got yourself a sandwich. I made chicken salad. I love that. And everybody in my family says, "Why do you like this?" Giant wolf-sized otters.
They're not wolf-sized.
Once hunted in China's swamp-like forests more than 6 million years ago, scientists have discovered. While today's cute and playful little otters can do their fair share of terrorizing, this extinct predecessor is a whole other story, dwarfing even the largest otters alive now.
Wow.
Weighing in at approximately 110 pounds. Researchers found evidence of this giant carnivore called Cyamogale meleutra during an excavation of a site in Yunnan province in China's southwest, discovering a complete jawbone, skull, and teeth. Says the cranium is incredibly complete. It was flattened during some fossilization process, but we've got the whole thing.
Wow, you found audio, Carrie. That's amazing.
Yeah. Giant wolf-sized otters roaming around. And this, I think we've reached the apex of human civilization. We've got now a robot.
All downhill from here.
We've now got a robot that can fold laundry. So that's...
Surely there has already been a robot that can fold.
They're taking our jobs.
Most robots have not been generally equipped for the task of folding clothes, but an international group of researchers say that their new method could change that or at least speed up the process. Their robot, it can fold clothes.
I don't love folding clothes.
No, so you'd have one of these. There are plenty of machines that can wash and dry clothes, so why isn't there a way to automatically fold them? Researchers have looked into it over the years, and as it turns out, robots haven't been very good at folding laundry.
See, my sister worked retail.
Yeah, Jen.
And so
my wife did too. Yeah.
So her closets look like a store.
Mm-hmm.
They're the perfectly folded, and I can't. Do
And they
that.
taught you how to fold a shirt like really quick.
Yeah.
And pants and she my wife is. She'll fold everything really nicely, and then when I'm rummaging through stuff, and then I put it back, I just sort of wad it up and put it back,
just like a customer would.
Yeah.
They take our job.
Pretty terrible.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I had another.
They took our job.
Ah.
They took our job.
A cure for baldness could be on the horizon, after scientists have apparently generated hair follicles in a lab. A team from Yokohama National University grew fully mature hair follicles with long shafts of hair. They also improved hair follicle color after adding a drug that boosted melanin, a natural pigment. The technique involves creating skin organoids, tiny, simple versions of an organ in a petri dish. Organoids were a promising tool to elucidate the mechanisms in hair follicles and how they metamorphosize in vitro, said Tatsuto Kageyama, an assistant professor who's very interested in hair, apparently.
So coming soon, we'll have robots that fold our clothes.
Yeah.
We'll have a cure for baldness. We have a cure for cancer on the way. It's like an
Hopefully.
injection.
Yeah.
If only we had democracy to go with
Wouldn't
it.
that be nice?
That would be great in the future, yeah.
After skipping out on televised debate earlier this month, Republican Burgess Owens has agreed to debate Democrat Darlene McDonald on Friday.
Really?
In their first and only face-off during Utah's 4th congressional district race. And while the campaigns work together to plan for the October 28th debate, Owen's campaign says, we'll do it, but no reporters for the Salt Lake Tribune can attend.
But, Burgess, they can watch it and report on.
And fact check
you can't hide it from them.
The only thing is they can't ask questions, which is...
Well, then let's send someone from City Weekly.
McDonald's campaign confirmed that the debate was scheduled for the 28th, and it looks... I'm telling you, he'll back out at the last minute.
He will.
I think he'll back out.
He'll find
at
a
the last
reason.
minute.
Yeah.
Let's see. Salt Lake County.
That's why he'll back out.
Salt Lake County is stepping up security at its ballot processing center after state lawmakers granted the public closer access to election workers. In past years, the county staffed its election headquarters at the county government center with one sheriff's deputy on Election Day. This year, 3 deputies will be on duty at the location throughout the entire ballot tabulating period, which actually began on Friday. Apparently, some ballots have come in. Longtime County Clerk Sherry Swenson, overseeing her final election, said the move is not so much a response to the heated political climate, with election officials across the country facing increased scrutiny and threats. It's more a reaction to a provision in House Bill 387, which grants observers the right to be no more than 6 feet from election processes. We have a lot of things going on, and in order to make sure that poll watchers can see all of our processes and be no further away than 6 feet and to secure the ballots, it's necessary to have more security, Swenson said, because there are going to be people looking over our shoulder the whole time. Cheetos.
Yes.
We like Cheetos. Celebrating the 2022 Halloween season with the release of a new cheesy twist on the brand's regular mac and cheese.
What?
With the introduction of new limited edition Cheetos mac and cheese box of bones.
Huh?
Now, I didn't know what is it? Cheetos makes mac and cheese?
Are they teaming
Don't
up?
ask me.
Are they teaming up with Kraft?
It says Cheetos mac and cheese box of bones features bone-shaped pasta with the same bold, cheesy Cheetos flavor that fans know and expect.
I'm confused.
I think they must make a mac and cheese, a Cheetos brand mac and cheese.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
I haven't either.
Whole line of different flavors. And
I've never seen it. I'm not usually in that section.
Well, yeah. I'm not buying packaged mac and cheese.
We occasionally do, like I said, in case, drunk emergencies happen over the weekend.
In addition to Halloween-inspired mac and cheese, Cheetos is bringing Box of Bones to life with a limited edition bold-to-the-bone costume.
Huh?
The costume features glow-in-the-dark bone-shaped noodles from head to toe to create a spooky skeleton. Okie doke.
Okay. Weather?
There was ice today, and people were surprised, and there were accidents, and there was much swearing.
Well, you sound like you're going to yell at people.
Just know that can happen now.
Gina was shaking her finger when she said that.
No, it took everybody by surprise this morning. That could happen again later this week. We are going to just kind of hover in these colder temperatures. Overnight lows in the 20s. That means there could be ice on the road in the morning when you're driving to work, and daytime highs in the upper 40s to low 50s.
All right. It is regular mac and cheese. They give you a packet of Cheeto dust to put on it. Cheetos mac and cheese is nasty.
Looks nasty.
I make mac and cheese, and I put chili cheese Fritos in it.
Oh.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'd eat that. They also make a goldfish mac and cheese. I've had it. It's bad. Yeah, Cheetos brand mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm looking at a box of it right here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back after these.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys, at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layden wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layden, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
.36 right now.
I have a couple of lists.
A couple?
Couple?
I don't know if we can handle it. What are they?
Well, one of them is celebrities you didn't realize were amputees.
Oh, okay.
Or strange Hollywood hookups. Celebrities you never knew dated.
They actually dated.
Which one's longer?
Which one's longer?
Yeah. Which list has more
the
items?
hookups.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Well, I'm curious about amputees.
Well, maybe
Well, I
we can
am
get
too.
to maybe we can do 2
All right.
lists.
All right, here we go. So
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Strange Hollywood hookup celebrities you never knew dated. Number 1, Dax Shepard and Ashley Olsen, one of the Olsen twins.
I knew this.
I did not.
And it was inappropriate because she was really young.
You did know that?
Yeah. She was underage. He was quite old, quite a bit older.
Didn't know that.
I did not
Totally
know that.
inappropriate.
Here's one I bet you didn't know.
Okay.
Martha Stewart and Anthony Hopkins.
No. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She just knew how to do fava beans perfectly.
I just saw recently that Anthony Hopkins wrote a fan letter to Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, I saw that.
He apparently binged Breaking Bad during
was a fan
COVID
of it.
and said, "I thought you're the one of the best acting performances I've ever seen."
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Anyway, go ahead.
Sandra Bullock and Ryan Gosling.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, she was the older one in this.
They tried to keep it quiet, but...
They were in that Murder by Numbers movie.
That's right. Well, they would have been good together. Sandra deserves somebody good.
She sure does.
Yeah.
Ashton Kutcher and
anybody else.
January Jones.
Really? He was wise to get away from that.
Yeah,
I would think.
She's the crazy.
She's
right?
crazy.
Now you could answer this lots of different ways.
Okay.
Cher and...
Well, almost anybody.
Yeah, she dated a lot of people.
But maybe somebody you don't know.
Like?
Tom Cruise.
What?
Cher dated Tom Cruise at the very beginning of his career.
When he was just coming on. Okay. Even then, I could see he was a weirdo.
Ryan Reynolds and...
Ryan Reynolds. Oh, he dated a few people.
Now, he was married to Scarlett Johansson, remember?
Briefly, yes.
But this is before that even.
I didn't know that.
Before
He's
Scarlett
Canadian.
Johansson.
There's your hint.
Alanis Morissette.
Yes.
Oh. I remember that from the documentary.
They were together 5 years.
They should have stayed.
Are either of them an amputee?
It's the other list.
Oh.
Chris Pratt and...
Chris Pratt and...
I don't know this person because I never watched this show, but they were on a show together.
What? Who?
Everwood was the show. They played siblings on it. Her name's Emily Van Camp.
She's wonderful.
I've seen her. Yeah, she's quite good and attractive too.
This one I've never heard of. Justin Timberlake and Fergie.
No, from
like
Black Eyed Peas.
Peas, Fergie.
Oh, Fergie, what are you thinking?
He was 16 years old. They were kids.
Fergie.
This one I knew. Jared Leto and not our Cameron Diaz.
Not our, but
the
Cameron
real,
Diaz.
The
Jared,
actual
really?
Cameron Diaz. Here's another one I didn't know. Winona Ryder.
Winona Ryder, and she was with Johnny Depp.
Sally Kellerman. No.
Keanu.
Matt Damon.
Oh,
really?
They were together for 2 years.
Well, she was wise to get out of that.
In the late 90s.
I think she had a relationship with Sally Kellerman. Yeah.
I don't remember this one. Michael Jackson and...
I don't want to answer.
Yeah.
And The Mirror.
She's icky in different ways. Madonna.
They went on a date,
but not like date.
No, they went to an award show together, as I recall.
This couple had a quick fling in 2002. It didn't work out, but it remained friends. Matthew McConaughey and
Priscilla Presley. No,
Janet Jackson.
Oh,
Matthew McConaughey and Janet Jackson.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
And I can't believe I didn't know this one. Julia Roberts and
Eddie Arnold. No.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Really?
This said that they dated in the early 90s. I have no memory of that.
Gosh.
Daniel
Well, they kept it under wraps.
Yeah.
You know.
Juliette Lewis and
Juliette Lewis and
a mop.
Close, actually. Very close.
She dated a mop.
After she broke up with Brad Pitt to date this person.
Who?
Wait a minute, Juliette Lewis broke up with Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To date
who?
Johnny Depp.
Depp?
Which is like a mop, really.
Yeah.
And this last one for Carrie, I bet you didn't know.
Okay.
Bradley Cooper and...
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper, and Bradley Cooper.
That was... I tried to help you there,
I
Carrie.
know.
You're there. You're so close.
No idea.
Zoe Saldana.
They dated?
Apparently.
Well, no. Wow.
Apparently.
Well, while he was Rocket Raccoon?
No, because she's been married for quite some time.
This was in 2011.
Okay, yeah.
So there you go.
And the chat room was correct. You could have just answered Pete Davidson to every
That's
one.
true.
And it would have been
Sure.
It would have worked out fine.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
There you go. All right. Well, we will take a break and crawl towards the exits. Stand by.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X96. We added a ton of songs.
You know, I've got a list we could do.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I also have a list. that
So?
we
both have lists?
So what?
So does that mean
we should.
dueling lists?
I mean, we could do both lists.
Well,
all right. What's your list, Bill?
15 flirty texts to send someone who's at work.
Gina?
I have historical facts you'll regret me telling you.
Okay.
History.
It's dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
What? So who goes first?
Coin toss app will determine. Let me call it in the air, Bill.
Heads.
All right, coin toss app says tails.
It all you rig it because she always goes
It's
first.
an app.
Gina goes first.
Okay, historical facts you'll regret me telling you.
All right.
Number 1, King Tut's parents were brother and sister.
I knew that one.
Ew!
I knew that
What?
one.
DNA samples from King Tut reveal his parentage was from an incestuous relationship and also contributed to his early death at 19.
So, how about this? These are flirty texts you send to somebody at their work. They're guaranteed to make your crush smile at their desk. Here's one. I hope you're not working too hard today. You'll need some energy later tonight.
Oh. Okay.
In 1494,
Columbus went and shut the door.
Europe experienced the closest thing to a real-life zombie attack. In Italy's Renaissance period, the dark side, sailors returning from the New World, that's here, a massive outbreak of syphilis, which spread through the entire French army. The troops then brought what would become known as the Great Pox to the rest of Europe. They had no antibiotics back then. The disease was able to spread unchecked, and its effects were nasty.
I'm taking notes, by the way.
Skin on the victims' faces would rot away from the disease with ulcers. In some cases, noses, lips, or other body parts were gone.
Wow. Okay.
A concurrent syphilis outbreak was basically a real-world version of the zombie apocalypse.
Okay.
Like being in class. God.
All right.
Okay, here's another one. Let me know how your meeting goes. I'm sure you're going to crush it. That's not a very good
That one's a little weak. You want to try another one?
Yeah, let me do.
I'll give you another one.
Okay, here we go. Meet me for happy hour at 6. I want to see how your butt looks in those slacks.
That's just gross.
And using the word slacks is not flirty in the slightest.
No, it's like getting one from something from your uncle.
19th century New Englanders dug up a woman's body because they thought she was a vampire. The Rhode Island accused vampire in the late 1800s, a bout of tuberculosis struck Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And residents didn't know what to make of it. Since its victims tended to look sunken, pallid, drained, people assumed they had fallen prey to vampires. So naturally, a vampire hunt soon commenced.
Of course.
With the members of a Rhode Island family began dying of consumption one after the other, townspeople decided somebody's feeding on these people. Even after the mother and her 2 daughters died, the townspeople decided to exhume the dead bodies, suspecting that they were the undead.
Well, that's just science. Okay.
I just finished my notes here.
All right.
We were in our history class. How about this one? I left a little note in your lunch today. Just don't read it in front of your coworkers.
Ooh.
Huh? Huh? Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
But that means that you'd have to also make sure you wrote a note and put it in the lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thomas Edison created a creepy baby doll. Thomas Edison created the first ever talking doll in 1877.
1877.
He was able to produce a line of baby dolls with wooden bodies, porcelain heads, and miniature phonographs in their chest, like a little tiny record player that played really creepy kid songs in it.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see. How about this one? Mike, no. No. Paying attention to this Zoom meeting is hard when all I can picture is you kissing me last night. Flirty. That's
Give me another one.
Okay, one more. Making my afternoon coffee run, but getting a snap from you might be a better pick-me-up. I think you mean a picture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dentures used to be made from the teeth of dead soldiers.
Ah.
I don't even need to go into that. Just that's all you need to hear.
That's all I need to hear.
Dead man's teeth.
Dead man's teeth.
You don't come back from dead man's
Well,
teeth.
but the thing is they look real.
That's true.
You know. So, let's see. How about I wish you were cuddled in bed with me instead of sitting at your desk.
That's kind of.
These are really lame.
I know. These are weak.
How about let's see. The dogs and I can't wait for you to bring home the bacon after work. The dogs mostly for the bacon.
What?
These are not good.
That one.
Well,
How about another one?
All right. Let's see.
Dead man's teeth is hard to come back from.
Yeah, it is. I've reread the same sentence in this email 5 times because I can't stop thinking about you.
Well, that's just ADHD.
That's terrible.
That's reading comprehension is the problem there.
Yeah.
That's not flirty at all.
No. Nope, it isn't.
Researchers once turned a cat into a telephone. A live cat.
How?
We know what you're thinking. You got to be kidding me, this says.
Oh, God.
In 1929, a pair of scientists at Princeton University wanted to test how the auditory nerve perceives sound. Their test subject, a heavily sedated but alive cat.
Ooh.
They cut out part of its brain and attached one end of it to a telephone wire in its auditory nerve and the other end to a receiver.
Yeah.
When one scientist said something into the cat's ears, he could hear it through the room, using the cat as a telephone.
I don't believe this in the slightest. That's made up. That's absolutely made up.
This aided in researchers developing cochlear implants. This experiment.
Now, go ahead.
How's work going today? I'll bet it's hard being the biggest hottie in the office.
Even Nick doesn't think that's very good.
Even Nick?
Even Nick.
Even Nick?
I mean, Nick's a low bar. That's
No
why I'm
kidding.
saying even Nick. What were the titles of your lists?
This one is 15 flirty texts to send someone who's at work.
Okay.
Historical facts you'll wish I never told you.
Based solely on the titles, I'm afraid Gina wins, because those were things that I
wish you did.
Let's see, 9:51 right now.
I was looking through this story about that F-35 that crashed at Hill Air Force Base last week.
Mm-hmm.
The pilot ejected, and he's okay, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
They're investigating, trying to find the cause of the crash. And there's a lot of sensitive, apparently, information. You know, there are things about this plane that they don't want the world at large to know about. So they're being very careful with it. But the story, I think this was in the Salt Lake Tribune today, there were 3 different pilots quoted in the story, and they have their nicknames listed.
Their call signs.
Their call signs.
Like Maverick?
Yeah. So the first one was Major J. Fast Dorfler.
Fast?
Yeah, his call sign is Fast. He's an F-35 pilot.
All right.
And then there's Major Kristen Bayo Wolf.
Yeah, she's famous.
Yeah, she's wasn't she the commander for a while? Or?
I think so.
But then the third one that they mention is Captain Psycho Halbutzel. Psycho, but they don't give his first name. It's just Psycho. Captain Psycho Hablutzel, I think is how you would say it, or Hablutzel.
And they don't give his first name.
No, it just says Captain Psycho. I looked and see if he was mentioned earlier in the story. He's not. They just
How
for
do you
some
spell
reason
his last name?
Habluetzel. Hablutzel.
Can I make a prediction on his first name?
Yeah, I will too. You go ahead.
I have it.
Go ahead, Carrie. What's your prediction?
Francis.
No.
I'm going to say Bud.
No.
Opposite ends.
Casey.
Casey, Psycho.
Okay.
Thanks for getting to the bottom of that. I was just a little uncomfortable, and the name Casey kind of softens.
Yeah.
The fact that
You're not scared of Casey.
He's Psycho.
No.
But Psycho.
I wonder how. Now there's usually a story on how they get their names, right?
This says, hold please.
Although Bayo Wolf, that's it's BEO
because her last
and her
name
last
is
name
Wolf.
is Wolf, so that's
This says Psycho does not match his call sign.
Huh?
What is
He
that?
has a calm demeanor. This says.
Oh. So it's ironic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably meant to be. Yeah.
I guessed Francis because of that scene in Stripes, where they were introducing themselves to each other.
Yes.
My name is Francis, something, 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 but everybody calls me Psycho.
Yeah.
And that's when the sergeant goes, "Lighten up, Francis."
Now, remember when I went to see Festus in...
That's your son.
My sailor son who's in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
We went to see Top Gun, and this was making the rounds when Top Gun first came out. It's a call sign generator.
Oh.
And I'm sure I did this for you guys at the time.
I don't recall. What criteria do they use?
You just put your first and last name in, right?
Yeah.
And then it just randomly picks you.
It just picks something.
Yeah, so let's see. We've got... no, this is not a good name.
Psycho's already taken.
Is it?
Lieutenant Kerry Leach Jackson.
Leach.
Yeah!
Leach?
That's not
Hey,
good.
Leach!
That's not a
Leach
good
is a
name.
terrible call sign.
Hey, Leach, take my wing.
For anybody.
Let's see what Bill's is. Submit. Bill is...
Submit?
Lieutenant Bill Slamma Allred.
Slamma?
Hey, Leach, it's Slamma. You got my back?
Slamma.
Leach is not... I'm sorry, Carrie. Do you want me to see if I can get you a different one?
No. One name per customer.
I bet I can get you a different one. Let me
keep-
see.
Yeah, give me a different one.
Make
me
him
see.
stay Leach. It's going to come up Leach again,
It might
I'll
be...
bet.
Axeman.
Axeman.
That's,
You
I
like
guess
Leach?
that's...
Because of my collection of axes.
I kind of think
That
Leach
I
is
have.
better than that. Slamma. Slamma?
Slamma.
Hmm.
Let's see what
It's
Nick
because
is.
of my collection of salami.
Nick. Let's see what we can get Nick here.
Call sign generator. But don't they? They usually give them the name based on something.
Yeah,
that they
I don't know
do.
what
Usually,
this.
yeah.
You're Nick Glass Eye.
Glass eye?
Hey, glass eye.
I don't know where that came
Glass
from.
eye.
Yeah, I don't. If you have a glass eye, they're not going to let you
No,
be
they're
a
not.
pilot. So, and I think Psycho is interesting that they do make a point of saying
He's not a psycho.
he's like the opposite of being a psycho. He's so mild-mannered and normal. It's like we call the fat guy, we call him, Stretch, and we call the...
Yeah, that generator is lame because Bob Knudsen in the chat room says, I'm Bob Laser Knudsen for some reason. Yeah. Because of your knowledge and love of lasers.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a huge collection.
Laser collection. No, it's razors. I collect razors.
All right.
Slammer.
Let's do the promo and get out of here.
I don't want to say this.
Do you want to trade lines? I'll say it.
Okay.
No?
What?
Oh.
Nope, Nick is insisting. He's assigning it to you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. This Chuckle Factory of a Morning Show is in full production of Yuck Yucks on this Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 8, get a reminder on how to find the reset button on your Wi-Fi router when Jonathan Deasing brings us his Tech Talk.
And if you're looking to swim with the fishes or just see them from behind the glass, you can win aquarium tickets by participating in Beat Gina or They're Fine, They're Just Fine.
You know, it's been 0 days since we've had a laughter-based incident on this work floor. It's all on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
He's clapping.
Katie will be back tomorrow.
Thank God. We'll get back to a 3-line promo. Straight ahead, Fred.
Slammer and Leach in the morning.
Slammer.
Hey, Leach.
Yeah, Slammer. Oh, I'm Slammer.
Yeah,
You're Leach. All right. I'll trade if you want.
I'm Starsky. He's Hutch. All right. I think we're good, right? All business? Fine job as always, you guys. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am? I'm Slammer.
It's Slammer and Leach in the morning on X96.
Marcy is next.